Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined in studio by Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl, our Senior Economist. Shy, good morning. How are you?
All right. Good morning, all.
We, today there's a lot of stuff going on. Actually, we got some economic releases. We still got all this drama going on in the Middle East, unfortunately, and we probably have some good news items coming into this morning. What's happening?
So over what we have found out, just give you a quick oil update or energy market update. The U.S. granted a 1-month-long waiver to import Russian crude, and this is open to everybody, not just India. They granted approval for India earlier in the week, but this is only for Russian oil loaded before or on March 12th. That was yesterday. So the waiver fee frees up about 19 million barrels of Russian crude oil for purchase. And that's already sitting in tankers off Asian waters. So even though it sounds like a big deal, it really is only 19 million barrels, which is a drip in the bucket as far as this is concerned right now. But we did see a little bit of pressure. Well, crude's been very volatile overnight, but we did see a little pressure on that headline. We did have Trump come out and say stopping Iran is a higher priority than oil prices. He also was on the wires this morning and saying, I guess he was asked a question on escorting tankers. He said he would do it if needed. We did see oil also pull back on that. He also said that we will be hitting Iran very hard over the next week. Then there was a headline from India saying that India has one oil tanker moving out of the strait right now. Again, also put pressure on crude oil prices. I would like to mention that we've been up and down overnight quite a lot. It's been volatile, but this was just this morning. So that both of those headlines kind of pulled us back from that 97 area down to 93 in WTI. Moving on, we had Adobe reporting yesterday. Everybody's watching those software companies. Now, they did deliver record results, but the stock fell 7.79% on concerns of AI and the feasibility of the software company to keep afloat during, after AI, as everybody's been concerned about. And also there was an announcement that the CEO is going to step down in face of investor concerns. So we did have software company. Great results, fell 7.79%. We have seen software stocks rebound in the last few days, but this was one that was being watched very carefully to see if that bounce was warranted. Moving on, I'm going to put this out there because I know Jim is bullish today, but the consensus is risk of an opening gap on Monday is going to limit equity advances. Caution is warranted in chasing current moves. Any higher risks heading into the weekend are clear, with a defiant tone from Iran and the U.S. signaling that the hurdle to a cessation of the conflict is high. Moving on from that really quickly, there's a huge crypto event in Dubai called a Token 2049. Globally, it's one of the largest conferences in the world that was postponed until April 2027. Yeah. That was supposed to be next week. And then last but not least, good, crazy news in the science world we have this morning. So frozen brains awaken an astonishing medical breakthrough. So freezing tissue like the brain, cryogenics, right, has long caused irreversible damage. Looks like new research has restored function to a frozen mouse brain tissue, bringing the futuristic possibility closer to reality. So if you're thinking about, getting frozen, being woken up in a century, you might be able to do that.
Oh my God.
And then last but not least, we do have data this morning, but I cannot emphasize how stale this data is. At 8:30 a.m. Eastern, we have personal income, personal spending, PCE price index, core PCE price index, GDP annualized. Now, normally PCE would be very, very important, but this is all January data. Personal income, personal spending, PCE, and core PCE are all January data, very stale data. And then at 10, we have University of Michigan's sentiment and JOLTS job openings, quits, and layoffs levels.
All right. I have a brand new refrigerator freezer now. That's where my brain's going, I guess.
Right on.
Oh my God. Hey, Shai, let me ask you real quick. You've seen this kind of behavior before. You're an expert in a lot of different things, particularly the energy market. How how important, or how maybe not important, is this whole news-driven cycle with social media just ripping stuff out? I mean, how dangerous is this?
It's very dangerous. And, especially with the crude headlines, that market is first and foremost. It's driving everything else. It's driving the bond market. It's driving inflation expectations. It's driving everything right now. And so there are a lot of conflicting headlines. Like yesterday, we had the new head of Iran say, we're going to keep the strait open. His deputy foreign minister came out just hours afterwards and said, we want to close the strait. So you're even getting conflicting headlines from within actual credible first sources. So just, be very careful out there, because in the fog of war, everybody's just shooting out headlines, whether they're right or not, whether they're corrected or not. I've seen so many headlines, I can't even tell you, on the oil market that are just completely false, completely wrong, and then people retweet them and they blow up, and it's not, they're not correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have a great lineup today. Capital Preservation Friday. We have the Morning Gap. We have the Pips are with us. Blake Morrow. We'll get him in here in a second. And of course, we have Pax with us after that. XYZ and Chris are going to be trading the open, and then they're going to be joined by Lumi and Stowe. So again, we're going to finish strong on Friday morning. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate you guys hitting that subscription button. Let's get Blake in here right away.
Good morning, guys.
Did you see how fast Blake popped in when I said, let's get him in here right away?
Boom.
I know. Production's on it.
That's Johnny on the spot producing right there.
Oh, all right. Well, so Blake, what are you seeing overnight, man? What are you thinking?
Well, big breakout developing in the dollar. I was on Twitter last night or yesterday on X, and I was like, if you're long the euro, you got to be a little worried, because it was just sitting on the support at around 115, and there was no lift. And I'm like, they're gonna whack all these stops, and they did. They took them all out. The euro dropped, about 3/4 of a cent or of a euro. Wait, is that correct? Anyway, it dropped quite aggressively. Dollar index broke out. That's pretty significant, because if we can hold, that's a big deal. But I got to reiterate what Tracy was just talking about as far as the misinformation out there. This is really one of those times, because you're in that, we talked about like the fog of war, and we've been mentioning that this week. Just trade what you see, and it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And believe me, you're going to be wrong a lot in these markets, because there's so much misinformation that the market starts to move. Like, I've gotten caught multiple times this last 2 weeks. I get long or I get short because of some headline, and then it quickly reverses, but I'm quick to get out. It's frustrating, but you have to do that, because you don't know what's valid or not. Anyway, I just wanted to reiterate that, because Tracy, you were talking about it. It's so important right now.
Yeah, for sure. And Blake, let's go back to the euro real quick for a second. Yeah. We've done almost 100,000 contracts so far overnight in the futures markets. We have this kind of double, almost triple top if you go all the way back to November of 2000, triple bottom, I'm sorry, November of 2025. It looks like there's maybe some support there, maybe not, but we have a couple of big red candles in a row.
Yeah, the problem with this is the 115 to 120 range it's been the range and for quite some time, and this has been a rally that's gone on since the early, very, very first month, January of 2025. But what actually sealed the top and it gave us a false breakout is when President Trump was in Iowa last month. And he was talking to the farmers and he said, "Hey, I'm not worried about the dollar weakness. It doesn't bother me." And the euro spiked up, came back down, broke back below 120. Now we're below 115. Iranian war is developed. You got people running to dollars because they're doing the, hey, until it's over, just put me back into cash. So they're buying dollars. And then the market's totally wrong-footed of the last 2 years being short dollars. So that's just, the problem is you got that range. And, if you do a simple range calculation, Jim, you're going from 115 to basically 110. I don't think we're going to get that far, me personally. But I'm short euros now. So I've been short since yesterday. So I'm going to try to ride it out for a while.
Yeah. So what Blake's talking about is a measured move from the peaks up in January 28th down to where we're at right now. Extend that kind of just copy paste that distance down lower. That would be a big break for sure. And so I'm curious. So Tracy, I mean, what kind of effect is the crude drama putting on the U.S. dollar?
Well, I think it's a rush into the dollar, no matter what. I don't think it's, direct correlation. Generally, people think dollar up, crude down. They think that up for most commodities. But again, I always go back to, with crude's more correlated to those 10-year yields than it is to the dollar by a wide margin. And when you have geopolitical risk, your correlation is, forget correlations with the dollar and crude oil, right? When it concerns that. But I was actually just really curious as to really what Blake's thoughts were on the yen here, because we're getting to those levels that, looking like we're at 150, like it's looking like.
You had to go there, Tracy. You had to go there.
I know.
I'm glad you asked. Not really, but I'm gonna entertain everybody with this answer. If I was the BOJ or as the Ministry of Finance, the one thing you want to do is, and they're really, just so you guys all understand, they're super market savvy. They understand exactly what's going on. They understand exactly what the role of the yen is. They understand that Japan and the yen's being sold because of the Strait of Hormuz and the predicament Japan's being put in. They don't like this, aggressive weakness that they've seen across the board. And this is not just against the dollar yen. You're seeing, sterling yen, Aussie yen just hit, multi-year highs, yada, yada, yada. But do they really want to step in if things get worse, like if the situation gets worse and crude oil spikes back to 120, heaven forbid to 150, or, the first thing the market's going to do and the speculators are going to do, they are going to sell yen. They're going to be like, Europe screwed, Japan screwed, sell euros, sell yen, all in. And when the speculative market gets to that point, I think that's when the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Japan says, hey, we're going to step in right now and screw all those guys. So that's why I think we're seeing, the dollar yen is, close to 160. Jim, you brought up this chart yesterday on the 6J, yeah. And I'm like, hey, it can weaken even further. And it has since yesterday or the day before, whenever we talked about it. And I think that's the hesitation. If I was the Bank of Japan or I was Ministry of Finance, I would be like, let this get a little worse. Let the spec market really try to take advantage of yen weakness, and then we shove it right up there, afterwards.
I love the fact that it's called Ministry of Finance. It reminds me of like Harry Potter.
It is. That does. That's funny.
So we got some comments in the chat about the Bitcoin. Let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, I've been saying this for I don't know how long, for a while now, how resilient it's been, given we've had this massive risk-off kind of phenomenon because of this war, and now it's kind of popping up higher. We're getting a little bit of a bid again, trying to get up to those April lows at 74,605. It's one of these things where is it a flight to quality? Is it not a flight to quality? What is it correlated to? It just always seems to have a mind of its own. What are you guys thinking about? Let's start with you, Shai. What are you thinking about the Bitcoin?
Yeah, what I think is that, your regular flight to safety is tech, right? And Bitcoin has been very correlated to tech lately. So if you're unsure about the market and where the next rotation is going to be and where are you going to put your money in stocks right now, because we don't know what's going on geopolitically, it seems like Bitcoin may be the next best thing to take a stab at, because it's been so beaten up and has gone sideways for so long.
Yeah, Blake, what are you thinking about the Bitcoin?
Yeah, first of all, you called it the Bitcoin, just for the record.
That is what it's called in our parts.
Yes, NinjaTrader Live. It's not Bitcoin futures. It's the Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin. I think you're right. It's been resilient, and I think Tracy, there's a lot of truth to the kind of away from everything else. And I think if you look at what's happening in yields, you look at what's happening in the bond market, and they're flying, and people are looking around going, oh my God, what are these governments going to do, especially in this situation? You have some shelter, I believe, in Bitcoin. Now, I don't think it's technically it looks great. It is definitely diverging away from risk aversion, at least at this point. But let's be honest, we're only 4% from the all-time highs. Are we really seeing risk off in the markets? I would argue that we're not. I think this market is still, you open the Strait of Hormuz somehow, some way over the weekend. You take over, what's that, Karg Island? Tracy, you know what it is, right?
Karg Island. Karg Island. And
yeah.
Yeah,
something like that happens. We could be sitting at all-time highs, like literally in like overnight, So do I see Bitcoin as like, some, miraculous recovery happening? Nah, but I do think it's consolidating here. While it stays below 75,000, I'm very hesitant to be on the long side, but, to observe the fact that it is holding up relatively well, I think it's valid.
Yeah, no, I think there's also I think the buzz on Capitol Hill is that, is it called the Clarity Act? I think they're making some progress on getting that to the finish line, and there's been a lot of folks talking about that. So that's going to certainly give it a boost. Whether or not Smart Chuck, Smart Chuck, whether or not that's going to be a permanent boost and we're going to get back to over 100 anytime soon, I don't know. But I do feel like this support is pretty wicked strong so far. So keep our fingers crossed for the Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin.
But anyway, I kind of wanted to rotate back because Shai was talking about treasuries and notes, and then the relationship between crude and the longer end of the treasury curve right now. And I'm just going to pop up a treasury bond chart right now, and price is just about to. I mean, it's going to hit my keyboard in a second. I mean, this is not looking very bullish. So, I mean, what do you? Blake, let's talk about the long end of the yield curve.
It looks nasty, but we have like the 10, the notes already have broken what I consider pretty strong support. The 30-year, as you're putting out here in the note or in the bonds, the ZBs, we're a little bit further down. I have my support coming in somewhere around 113, the figure, like the lower end of it, just longer term, but. War is inflationary, as people will tell you, and right now we've got yields ripping across the board globally. I think the main topic of conversation right now is sell bonds, sell fixed income, as yields are going higher, and I think you're just seeing it, really coming into play here. It looks ugly. It looks like it is going to be sitting on your keyboard pretty soon, Jim.
So I mean, Tracy, you mentioned yesterday that you talked about the bond auction yesterday, and then the CME's Fed tool saying, "Hey, we're not going to have an interest rate cut anytime soon." How bad was that auction?
So it was pretty bad. I mean, it was pretty lackluster demand. It tailed. It was, it kind of said to me, investors are like, we don't really know if we want to take, 30-year debt on from the United States yet. We had an 8-week auction that happened to do really well. So that says, okay, we'll take some really short-term debt. We don't want to take duration right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. Interestingly enough, though, the 10-year note's up a little bit. So maybe
if you
that curve
squint,
is
if you
starting
can
to,
see it.
yeah, a little bit. I know, a little
I mean,
bit.
it's sitting right on the support since since that's been support since August. So
Yeah.
we keep touching that 111 area and then bouncing from it, but this is
And just I was just going to say, and some of the lower end, like the like 2-year, 5-year, they've come off. They were ripping yesterday, so we're seeing a little bit of that. The pressure on the as yield curve was like kind of inverting pretty aggressively yesterday. It's eased off a bit today. As stocks have recovered too. So.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anyway, well, interesting. We'll see what, I'm not really ready to hit the buy button yet. And we'll get more color on PAX because I think he had a position on this as well a little bit later. But equities right now are kind of bid. I mean, they're looking pretty good a little bit. I mean, up NASDAQ's up 0.3%, E-mini S&P's up 0.31%. I mean, that's a change of pace from the last few days anyway.
Hey, do you mind if I jump in and ask Tracy about crude oil real quick?
No, oh, please do.
Tracy, I know crude is your bread and butter. It's your baby, and I've always looked to you. Looking at crude. But I've got a question because I've been really monitoring this $95 level, which the reason why is it's just a previous high from back in and this is WTI back in October of 2023. It was a previous high there in the continuous contracts, and I noticed we've been pivoting around there, and it seems to me. When we get above and we're getting close to 100, that's like where the market's like a little nervous. We drop back, below 95 like we are right now, back in the, 93 handle. You could see equity markets tend to, rebound a little bit. Are you seeing the same thing? And how are you viewing crude at this moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have 97.85. When we had that big spike to 119.48, we kind of retraced quickly back to that like 97, we'll call it 97.50 just for round number's sake. And again, this morning, we kind of hit that level, fell back on it. So I think between that and 92, 93 area is very important. There is some speculation that the Treasury market is already trying to sell crude oil. So whether that's true or not, we've heard this before about the Federal Reserve. I don't know. But I think people get jittery around 100 because if you're kind of below 100, and it sounds like a lot, and I know we're all seeing diesel prices spike and gasoline prices spike, and that's hard on the consumer, but it's not high enough to cause real demand destruction, which would then be deflationary, right? So it's kind of sitting in that area where it's comfortable being like, as a risk trade below 100, but, not spiking crazy that it's going to cause problem. So I think the situation is very fluid as well, and we really have no resolution as to what's going on. As I was talking about, the 400 million barrel release, and I wrote something on it as well, was going to mean absolutely nothing, which it literally the markets didn't care about it at all.
Right.
So I think we need to be very careful. Again, I think a lot of people are short below that. We'll just call it are short below 98. So if you start spiking above that, you could get a bit of a squeeze just from positioning wise.
Yeah, and like if you think about like I said something about this on social media a little while ago. We're heading into the weekend. If anything good's going to happen, it's going to happen during the week, in my opinion, because the Trump administration wants to get as big of bang for their buck as possible. So like if they're going to do something that is market positive, they're going to try to engineer it to happen during the week. During the weekend, that's kind of reserved for things that might not be so market friendly. So do you guys think that we might have some people running for the hills? Running for the hills maybe is not the proper term I should use. Maybe looking for some safety and maybe de-risking a little bit as we head into the end of the week. That's kind of where my head's at. What are you thinking, Jim?
So Blake, I mean, you. I know you have a military background, and it almost seems like these military actions happen Friday night. It's I don't know why. Maybe that's a strategy. So then Saturday, Sunday, people could talk about it, and the
markets can digest it.
Yeah, exactly. That's 100%. That's the Trump administration's MO. And I mean, we all know that his own personal report card is really the stock market. So the least amount of damage he can do possible. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you see boots on the ground tonight.
Oh, geez, I hope.
I mean, that's something I hope doesn't happen. But I'm just saying, it would happen on a Friday night. Saturday. Saturday.
One last note before we bring Pax in, real quick. This Crudele chart, interestingly enough, on Monday we actually closed right by your number, Blake, 94.77, close enough to 95. We only had one day where we closed above it. That was yesterday. And today now we're trading below it. So I kind of make that my line in the sand. Like, all right, are we going to start closing above that 95 or below that 95? In my case, 94.77. But the chart outlines that really nicely over the last week.
Yeah, I agree. I like this level as a kind of a risk barometer.
Got it. All right. Well, you know what? I think it's time to bring in the one and only Pax into this conversation. There he is.
Pax.
Hey, Tracy. Good morning, Blake. Good morning, Jimmy. Jimmy, you look like you just stepped off the North Avenue bus. You got the shirt open. I can see the crucifix. You got a beard going. Look really Irish.
This shirt is from the 70s, man. I got you got the metal zipper quarter zip. That's from the 70s, baby.
The best is you wear it like this. You open it up and you show everybody. Good morning, everybody. This is a great conversation. I've got an hour and a half to bust Jimmy's balls later. Blake, I agree with both what you and Jimmy are saying. Is that if there's anything going to happen and change, it's going to be on Friday. I don't understand why he does that. Maybe because it gives him 2 days to not have to think about the stock market or the market reaction. Who knows? The dollar, though, the Dixie is very interesting, and this breakout above 100 that we were talking about before we came on too.
Yeah, it's a huge one, Pax. I mean, the thing is we get a close above 100, which means the euro's trading below 115. I think that sends a big message to the market that people are still de-risking. This is another way for people to look at what is the overall market globally doing. They are de-risking by buying dollars.
Yes, right, and you can see the beginning of the de-risk with that, and gold selling off, and then you've got Bitcoin being bid too. So I think that's interesting. Now you have Bitcoin bid again. I mean, you can make Tracy, do you think that that's more of a technical breakout, or do you think that that's going to be more of a fundamental breakout?
For Bitcoin? I think partially it's people, looking somewhere to park money right now, and it's been so beaten up, and it's kind of correlated to tech stocks, but it's been a bit stronger than tech stocks have been. So maybe a little bit of where do I park my money right now? There was a huge article on how extremely popular Tether has become for people to park their money, particularly outside of the United States. So it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing crypto get a little bit of a bid as somewhere to park some funds right now.
Yeah.
How long it lasts, I don't know, but
let me break in real quick because we have breaking news now in a minute or so. Shai, tell us what we're up against.
Yeah. So again, this is January data. Couldn't be more stale, but we've got personal income at survey is 0.5%, personal spending 0.3%, PCE index year over year 2.9%, and core PCE year over year is supposed to come in at 3.1%.
I mean,
So we
I
shall
mean,
see.
casually, it looks like there's a lot of stuff going on, but you say it's stale.
Well, it's January data. So,
Yeah.
I don't know how much, Fed is definitely going to be looking past this. It's not going to make much of a decision in the meeting next week.
I got it.
This
Well,
won't factor into their.
All right. Well, I'll keep a treasury bond chart up. We'll
Ooh.
just kind of get a gauge of if it even cares about these numbers that are going
Oh
to come out
yeah,
in what, 50
It's
seconds.
all hitting the wires now.
that's awesome.
So it's 2.8% PCE, core PCE 2.8% lower than expected, and core PCE in line 3.1%. Personal income down, and personal spending up. I don't know if that's great or not.
Well,
Durable
if
goods
it
orders.
matters for anybody in Canada, the Canadian employment data was horrendous. Horrendous. Just
Was it?
FYI.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Huh.
Absolutely.
have that up.
Just Canadian dollars just getting destroyed. And I know most of you guys are not focused on that. I'm just being a currency guy. I was like, oh boy, that was a big one. So
Yeah.
So that puts more of a bid into the dollar, right?
it did against the Canadian, which is interesting, Pax, because the CAD's been so well bid because of its relationship to crude. Because if people look at look at what's happening in Iran, they're like, oh, I'm buying Canadian dollars as a proxy to stronger crude, which has been a good trade. It's been a good trade for 2 weeks.
There were some headlines out why the market was moving prior to those numbers coming out. So the Iranian supreme leader is wounded, perhaps disfigured. That just came out. And then Hexeth is out talking about we're going to make sure energy flows are okay. But
the new supreme leader?
The new supreme leader
the new one
is wounded or likely disfigured. Hexeth on somewhere talking right now.
Yeah, Jim,
So
he was hitting some of the attacks. Sorry, Tracy. Yeah.
I wouldn't take that job for any amount of money. Holy cow. Oh my goodness.
Then Hexeth, this just came out at 8:31. Hexeth says today is the largest day of strikes against Iran.
Well, all right. Well, we are up against time a little bit. So, Blake, any last minute thoughts here?
Obviously, I'm just watching the dollar. So the dollar is very, very, very strong, and it's ripping against the Canadian dollar right now. But it is so strong against the Canadian dollar, but very weak against, well, actually, it's not very weak against anything. So we're just looking for this dollar to continue to strengthen. And, if the euro closes below 115, I think that's a big deal. Like I said, it's a de-risking event for the markets. When you see the dollar ripping like it is. I am still watching crude oil around that 95 level. And like Tracy just pointed out, that we're going to be looking at, the high 90s. That's going to be kind of that, scary level for the markets if we should get back up there again. So I'm playing defense. And that's what I think, a lot of people are doing right now in the markets.
Got it. Shai, any last second thoughts?
No, I'm just watch the crude oil market. It's going to tell you a lot about what the bonds are going to be doing, what most everything else may or may not be doing. We did see sort of this one-to-one correlation in and out throughout this entire week, where if crude was up, you had index markets down. If crude was down, you had index markets up. And so it is kind of the tail that's wagging the dog right now.
Oh, nice.
That's good.
That's very good.
You're very good.
Holy shit, that was funny. Clip that one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Blake, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Shai, great talking to you as usual. You two are the best. I will see you a little bit later on today, Shai. But thank you so much for being on with us this morning.
Guys.
Yeah,
guys, have a wonderful weekend.
Tracy, love you. See you soon, sister.
Love.
And then mission control cut her off.
It's me and you.
Yeah.
She loves you too, Pax. She told me that.
I know. She texted me. No, she didn't. All right. So what a setup. What a setup to all that's going on. I don't even know what to say about what we're witnessing in the world. I
Yeah.
mean, it all feels so heavy. It all feels so heavy. It's amazing to me that in 2026 we are still doing the shit that we're doing as a country. It just is that we're fighting wars. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the scary part when Blake said talk about boots on the ground. Now, Blake was a Marine, I
Yeah,
think, or he was that guy has some grit. He's got some history to him.
he does.
But that, I mean, no one wants to hear that. I mean, it's already horrible, right? And that just makes it more horrible. So I hope that's not the case.
It's $1 billion a day that they're spending on this. Who's profiting?
Yeah.
I don't want to get too far into my political beliefs, but who's profiting, and then who's getting hurt?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Well, hopefully, cooler heads will prevail quicker, sooner than later.
Oh, amen to that, my brother. Pray for
Yeah.
peace. Pray for peace. So market wise, I don't know. This is rollover. This is the heaviest 2 days of rollover today and tomorrow in the indices. My least favorite time to trade. It's truly capital
Yeah.
preservation Friday today. Truly
Yeah.
capital preservation Friday.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So the equities now are in the March contract, and those March contracts are going to expire soon. So
Next
rollover
week.
means folks are going to start trading. I'm simplifying it, but they're going to start trading the June contract. That's the next main contract. And so Pax, walk us through what happens here. So today's the heaviest day, you think? Today and Monday?
Today and Monday. So right now we have March has traded 238,000 contracts, and June has traded 56,000. And that as the day goes on, that will no pun intended. Day goes on. Eh,
I got it. Oh, that's a
As the
good
day
one.
continues, I should say, uh, the volume in the June is going to start to pick up. So it's not. Listen, the thing about rollover is that it's not so much about price discovery today and tomorrow. Although with the war and stuff that's going to be going on, it's more about rolling open interests. Open interests. Go to CME and you'll see open interests it's like 2.2 million. So that is the amount of open contracts in the open positions. That's the amount of open positions in the S&P. Nasdaq's at like 300,000. I think I haven't looked at it. But now, from now until really kind of Wednesday, it'll be about rolling open interest. Now, in times of volatility, rollover has a way of exacerbating that volatility. It's a different sort of a trade. It's a little bit wonky. So when I was in the floor, I didn't trade. Rollover is 2 weeks. It's a 2 week long period. I didn't trade the rollover period. I'd go to, if it was the wintertime, I'd go to my place in Arizona. If it was the summertime, I went to my lake house. If I was married to Jen, I'd stay home. But married to my ex-wife, I went all over the place. So we had I just wouldn't trade those 2 weeks, especially these days. Now, as computer trading or screen trading has really kind of evolved, rollover has actually become a very good trade. Because the volatility has a way of really kind of picking up. I expect to see that not today or tomorrow, although there'll be some trade setups to take. I expect to see that going into next week with the Fed decision on Wednesday.
Yeah, and you get that extra institutional participation because the folks that are either I don't know, money managers or bona fide hedgers, they might have a position, let's just say long right now. They're long the E-mini S&P, and so they have to roll that position over. That means they have to sell their position in the front month, which is the March contract, and simultaneously buy it back in the June contract. So you'll see that kind of dynamic go on all day today, tomorrow, on Monday.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, exactly. And so, you're sitting here, you have some longs on, right? You're above the opening range and the market's rallying, and And hey, we saw it yesterday, and all of a sudden we're back in the opening range. There's a huge sell block, and and the volume just explodes to the downside. And you're wondering what in the hell happened. I was just comfortably long, and now I'm scratched out. And then it's another 20, 10, 20 higher. So volatility comes out of nowhere because the open positions need to roll. So if I'm long, let's say I'm long March S&P at 67 even. And I want to maintain those long, short, whatever. It just, for the sake of discussion, I'm long and I want to roll those into I want to stay long after expiration, which is next Friday. There's a couple of ways I can do it. I can just, sell out my longs in the March and then just right away turn around and buy the June. If you have a big size account and you've got positions on, you can call your firm and they'll roll you in the spread, or they'll roll you, and then you get the prices you want. But anyway, so you're long. There's and this is something worth mentioning too. There's a premium. The June is trading at a 50 handle premium to the March contract. So 67 evens in the March equals 67 50s in the June. It's 50 handles, and sometimes it trades a little bit less than that. And that's a whole nother ball of wax, a whole nother thing. For the majority of me and Jimmy's career, the spread between Anthony and anybody who's been around for as long as we have, the spread traditionally between NASDAQ has always been about the same too, just a few points. But the spread in the S&P has always been a few ticks, maybe a point or two. That was the most. When the Fed started tightening a little bit and unwound QE, then the spread, the cost to carry the forward contract became more. And when the Fed started raising rates, right? So when they started raising rates, then in 22, then the spread started to widen. It was 15, all of a sudden it was 15 points. And then it was 20 every quarter, 15 points, 20 points, 30 points. And it got as high, I think, as 65 points, either last quarter, last quarter was 60. So the June contract expiring last September was 65 points. But now that rates are coming down, well, they're not, not in real time, but the Fed's cut rates, that has brought the contract together, a little bit more. So the spread is 50 points. The spread is coming in. When the spread narrows, you say the spread's coming in. So I mean that doesn't indicate to me one thing or another. It doesn't indicate to me that we're rallying, in the June contract, nor does it indicate to me that we're breaking. I just think that that the cost to carry is, the cost to carry the forward contracts is a little bit less than. So we're just seeing that spread. Trade to sell, and you found the roll shorts. I think that there's probably there's still a ton of longs in this market, including, the war notwithstanding. This is until we take out November lows in the S&P 65 quarter. Until we take out 65.25, I think it's, at least from an institutional side, it would be a buy the break market. We take out that level, then the buy the break will be over. For me, my work, if we close below 66.58 in the S&P, that changes it. So, I'm not a buy the break or sell the rip guy. I warn against that constantly so that we survive. But, that's that, right?
Yeah, the weekly low in the SPOOs were 66.40. And then that swing low you mentioned, 66.25, that was all the way, that was that November swing low, November 21st swing low to the T. So that's a great level.
It is a great level. And if you remember, when we touched that, we took out the quarterly pivot, 66. The quarterly pivot then was 66.55. Yeah. We took out that quarterly pivot. We went to it. We stopped at it and exploded. So, if we take out that level, there's going to be a whole lot of stops. There's going to be just a whole, and not only a whole lot of stops underneath there, but right. I mean a lot. There'll be a whole new wave of fresh selling.
We ripped 300 points when we tagged that 65.26 in 3 days.
in short order, right?
It was crazy, crazy stuff. So
I think we can see that to the downside, because there's still a lot of there. I mean, there might be a lot of unwinding of positions from the institutional side, but I mean, there is still a lot of people that are holding these things.
yeah. Real quick, let me interrupt, Pax, because some folks were mentioning the Bitcoin in the chat. I do have an announcement to make about that. Starting this Sunday night, March 15th, we're extending our Sunday evening show. We have that 6 o'clock look forward show. Craig Shapiro running the panel. Awesome. You've been on it, Pax. You're awesome. 6 to 7 o'clock. We're taking it to the next level. We're going to keep rolling for another hour. At 7 o'clock East Coast time, the next segment's going to be a crypto segment, and we are going to be joined by our colleagues at Kraken. So it's going to be awesome. So if you're interested in the Bitcoin and crypto, in tokens, in blockchain, any of that stuff, pop in 7 o'clock on Sunday night. Pop in your questions. These guys are going to take questions. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a permanent feature every Sunday night going forward. We're expanding the network, and it's going to be super, super, super informational.
I can't wait for that. Somebody asked what happened. Hey, Sapien, listen to me, please. It's rollover, dude. Who cares what happened? You're going to see shit like this constantly. Or there could have been good news in the market. Who cares? Just trade what's in front of you, and just realize that this is the kind of shit that we're going to see all day and Monday. I am really, really looking forward to that Sunday show. After Sunday night at 6 o'clock Eastern time, the show that I'm on, with Farm and Sarah Strat Sniper and Craig, I think is great I think it's a great show for us to prepare for the week ahead. I am, from a personal standpoint, truly looking forward to the next hour after that, so that I can truly learn more about tokenized markets, what that means. I trade Bitcoin. I own Bitcoin. I have my levels in Bitcoin, but I don't, and I understand the blockchain, but I cannot wait to learn from the people that really know what they're talking about, not nameless, faceless schmucks on Twitter, but these people, the guys from Kraken. I am truly looking forward to that.
I mean, look at today. I mean, Solana's up 4.6%, Ether 3.4, Bitcoin 3.17, XRP 4.23. I mean, you could say what you want, but these markets are moving. They're very tradable. They're liquid at times. Enter with limit orders. Be careful, but they're moving. There's opportunity and risk. You got to be even-handed here, but there's it's something to look at.
Yeah, it's something to look at, not from my thinking is it's definitely something to look at, not from a get-rich-quick schematic sort of a way of diamond hands and hodl and all the other stuff that young people look at here. But I think it's important to look at from a broader sense in the way that things are going to change as we progress through this war, as the world continues to move further and further away from the dollar, as in an uncertain world, blockchain and crypto are part of this major shift in what we're experiencing. So for me, I definitely want to learn. I need to continue to learn what all of this means and how the world is going to continue to change. My best trading days are behind me, not because I'm not a great trader, just because I'm getting older. I'm in capital preservation mode. I've achieved the freedom that I've wanted to achieve. And so now I overstayed my welcome in the first phase of my career. I'm not going to do that now. So it's very
important. What though, Pax? I'll tell you, when you turn 60, this is going to change for you. You're going to be like, all right, hold my beer. I'm back in. And
I hope so.
You are. It happened to me. It was like, all right, I'm old. I'm coasting. And then I'm like, no, man, hold my beer. I'm in this thing. This is awesome.
I hope so. When I can get my I almost said podcast, not my podcast. When I can get my prop firm up and running, or when I do get my prop firm up and running, then I truly do imagine that is going to be like, wind in my sails again. Yeah, let's go. Let's do this again. But right now, none of this is thrilling to me. But from a personal wealth standpoint, I need to preserve and protect my capital, and that means that I want to look for alternative ways not alternative ways, but new ways to invest my capital, and not just to invest, but to scatter the risk and to be able to capitalize on whatever change is going to happen in the next 20 years, 30 years.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the intraday chart on the S&P right now. You can kind of see, this is just I don't have a daily up right now, Pex. This is just a 30-minute candle chart right now. And you can see approximately 620 to 630, we broke above that session VWAP, and we've had a really nice orderly rally to the upside here, wicking over to that 0 DTE call resistance level that I have planted on my chart at 6720. So there is some buyers coming in here, whether it's rollover related or not. And there's a lot of targets to the upside. I mean, we'll get to your numbers on the daily chart in a second, but we have R1, which is part of the pivot study at 67.45. We have JAX 2 up here at 67.50. Now, I'm not saying we're going to get all the way up here, but really where the rubber meets the road is at high vol level at 6,800. I know it's another 90 points above. Likelihood of getting there might not that be great, but that is something to strive for. So we'll see if we get this continuation buying here. Even in rollover packs, there is still going to be some directional.
Oh, sure there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure there is. Yeah. And with some wind in the sails, like somebody had asked earlier when we had that little bit of a rally from 67 even up to 21. Oh my gosh, what happened? I cannot stress enough. That's the kind of stuff that we're going to see. I didn't know whether or not that there was any. Tracy had confirmed that there was no headlines. I didn't know whether or not there were any headlines. I mean, you and I are sitting here talking. I just know what the markets look like during rollover, and that little pop, that 20 handle pop, is certainly a rollover pop. So if you're sitting here with shorts on, and especially, So if you're sitting here with shorts on, after where the market stopped overnight, if you're sitting here with shorts on, I think you're high. But if you're sitting here with shorts on, you better have a stop in. You better have a stop in, because you're going to see that kind of stuff. Now, if you're sitting here long at 67 even, and you don't have a stop in, and we're trading at 67.10, you haven't taken something off the table to remove your risk, you could be trading at 66.80 and in a minute or 5 minutes, and that rally is still good. It's still, your position is still valid, even though you just got stopped out, because we will trade back up there. That's why I don't like rollover, because we will have those directional moves, and then we're going to have this crazy little, these pops and, and these breaks out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then you think, oh God, the rally's over. But it's not, I mean, we still stopped objectively in where we should have overnight. 66.40 is the overnight low. Depending on what if you're looking at the ETH chart, that is right at the 200-day moving average. If you're looking at the RTH chart, then it's still above it. But we stopped at the old quarterly pivot that I'm looking at, which is a flattened zone for us, 66.58. We need to close below there, a daily close, you guys. I don't look at 15-minute charts and 30-minute charts and all of the other stuff that you guys look at. I just look at dailies. And when I'm trading, I don't look at charts at all. I already know where I'm going to trade before the market opens. So the point, though, and we'll talk about that as we get into the CME sponsored segment at 9:15. But the point is that from, I think from the way that most users are looking at the market, the overnight low is a good low. That means that we can rally the rest of the day. That does not mean that rollover doesn't move us around in 20 handle increments, from nowhere. Or the NASDAQ too. NASDAQ will do the same thing.
Yeah, that's a great observation. We were talking about the overnight low being a good low. I know that you do your thing is the opening range trade, and you might not be taking what I'm going to call a pre-market trade, right? I'm thinking, we've got the Asian Open, we got the London Open, and then we have that couple hours before the RTH bell rings. A lot of people trade that, and I'll be honest with you, I do, and I think there's some opportunities there, but the paradigm, the action price action is a little bit different, right? You don't have those big institutional folks pounding away.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade outside of regular trading hours with my ex-wife's money. I have lost more money in those time frames than I have in anything else. It's just guesses, Oh, look, I got a good 20 lot. All of a sudden it's, you've got a, I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason to what it does.
I don't know.
But
My experience is a little different. My experience is a
right.
little different. I think there is some orderly anticipation that happens a lot of times. It at least from the way I look at my 10-minute chart, it gives me some good setups. And
Right.
again, you got to be quick though, because that bell is going to happen, right? Your trade horizon has to be appropriate, right? Because when that bell rings, who knows what's going to happen?
For me, trading, this is worth talking about, I think. Let's see. Anybody can make money doing this. This is, the more complicated you make your trading, the less likely you're going to make money. The more simplified, the more simple you make your trading, the more likelihood you will make money. We cannot, as traders, you have to pick. You've got to pick something and stick with it. If you're going to trade the overnight hours, what is it that these people call it? The Asian or London Open, the London Open.
Yeah, the London Open. Yeah.
Yeah, London doesn't have a market anymore, but okay, the London Open. You're going to trade the trade the European Opens, or you're going to trade the Asian Opens at night, our time. Okay, do that, but do that. If you're going to trade during the day, if you're going to, just simplify your stuff. If you start looking for, a word that I never heard of in my life until I started tweeting in 2019-20 is confluence. You're looking for confluence. The more confluence you look for, the more complicated you make things. Trading is incredibly, to be a long-term profitable trader is incredibly difficult. Less than 1% of you or us, less than 1% of us will make enough money to become financially free. Less than 1%. And the reason is because there's a lot of reasons for it. But the majority of the reason, I believe, is because, at least in my experience of these many years, is that the majority of us think that successful trading is about charts, is about, whatever, is about something outside of you. Ultimately, long-term profitable trading is about what is inside of you, not outside of you. Mm-hmm. We're all looking at the same moving averages, the same charts, the same time frames, the same other stuff. What makes you different? It's what you bring to the screens, how you view the world. And the majority of us are not willing to do the interior work in order to be consistently profitable and to keep it and grow it, and that's the point. That's the difficult part of this. It's not understanding different time frames or looking for this or that or the other thing. It's about simplifying your trading method and then doing the work to build your interior castle. You need to build your interior castle. If you're not doing that, then everything is going to be external of you. Everything is going to be outside of you, and you're not going to internalize it, and you're not going to. What is that old saying that's attributed to Bruce Lee? I don't fear the man that practices 10,000 kicks. I fear the man that practices one kick 10,000 times.
Yeah.
That is where you're going to make money. You need to learn something, get good at it, and stick to it. So if overnight hours is your thing, then make that your thing and get good at it and find balance in your life. I'm not going to trade I don't know. I'm not going to say I don't trade overnight because I do, but very, very infrequently. Sunday night open, those sorts of things I will. Monthly reopens and certainly quarterly reopens I do. But, find what you're good at it and stick to it and build on that.
Pax, very well said. Very well said. Let's kind of just take a peek at the Nasdaq though right now, because just to kind of look at price action here to see what's going on with the Nasdaq. I have on my daily chart support, really at 24,435 is what I'm looking at for support. We wicked through it last night. Now, buyers are bringing us back up here to 24,000, almost 700 right now as we speak. What are you looking at the Nasdaq?
I don't know. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Jimmy. Let me pull up my spreadsheet.
Yep.
I am not, with everything that you and I have been talking about offline, I have not really been all that prepared to trade the NASDAQ. The huge level for me is 24,568. 24,568.
Pretty close to where we opened.
Yes, that's the dividing line, 24,568. Now, interestingly enough, 24,568 equals 66.58 in the S&P. So, how do I say this? So, so 66.58 equals 24,568. So the remember how much stronger or how much weaker the Nasdaq was over the S&P, pretty much all quarter long up until about 2 weeks ago, and now then the S&P really started to kind of catch up a little bit, in some in weakness, and now they're pretty much trading. The NASDAQ gets the algorithmic push before the SPOOs do, but they are both pretty much trading in a little bit of line together, and so I think that's interesting. I like when the markets are trading in line together. I don't like when there's a divergence between the two. It offers some confusion and it offers some difficulty in managing positions. But I think that the Nasdaq stopped also in a great spot. So underneath 24,000 overnight, underneath 24. 20 all too many numbers. I'm dyslexic. I have to picture them in my head. Underneath 24,568. The next major level of support for me is going to be 24,328. 24,328 and the overnight low of 24,003. What was it? 24,360 or something? 390. That's a good spot. So I would have liked to have seen it stop a little bit lower. It didn't, but good spot to I wouldn't say a good spot to get long at because it was overnight, but that's a good low that you can key off of during the day.
It was the low of the London Open, London initial balance.
Yes. So here we go again, the London Open. You guys all have to remember that I am I'm an old dog here. Okay, I'm not interested in new tricks. So I'm not poo-pooing the idea of a London Open. It's just not the way that I've traditionally thought. But yes, the London Open. I do pay attention though to those timeframes, and I do pay attention to London's close. Or Europe's close. When Europe closes, when Europe closes, and then quite often we get a little bit of a move in the bonds and the dollar and the indices too. Anyway, so listen, I also don't want to poo-poo the idea of trading outside of RTH. Just don't. I can tell you. And I'll guarantee you this. Those of you who are trading 20 hours a day will never make money. Well, I don't care what you think of that. You won't.
You need to round your life off a little bit. But speaking about old dogs learning new tricks, man, I was, I went to the gym yesterday and I was working out the Selma's playlist, and I got to tell you, it was pretty good.
Selma, are you here?
She was here before. I don't know if she's still here.
Seriously, sister, you've got a playlist and you have not sent that shit to me. That's it. No more Friday afternoon conversations.
So Mission Control, if I could share my screen really quickly here, I do want to show you a new tool that the fabulous Michael Burke just created here on NinjaTrader. I'll put a link in how you get it. It's free. It's a percent change tool. And what you could do, because Pax was just talking about relationships and percentages, you can compare the equity. You can compare any markets you want together. This look that I have right here, this is just the E-mini S&P, NASDAQ, Dow, and Russell, right? So these are the stock index futures. And then you could start this comparison, percent change comparison to whatever day you want. You got to start it on a day where the markets were open. You don't start it on a Saturday or Sunday, but boom, just click on the date. I just threw on the 9th of February as an example. I could change it to, I could change it to the beginning of this month. Let's do that. And then I could just hit that load button, and it'll give me the percents for this week, and we can see who the winners are and who the losers are. It's a super, super slick tool. I just wanted to show that real quick because it's brand new, and Mike has been developing some really good add-ons for the NinjaTrader desktop platform. So later on, I'll cut and paste the link on how you can read about it and get it. It's totally free. So sorry to interrupt, Pax. I just wanted to show that.
No, that's very good. Very good. Happy birthday, Salma. Anthony, you're such a ball buster. That's very good. Happy birthday, Salma. Happy birthday, sister. So sorry I missed your birthday 3 months ago, but anyway. Burke I got to get on the phone with him and work on a few things. Mike Burke is just such a talented guy, and understanding the correlations between markets is something that Jim and I talk about all the time. You heard Blake talk about it before he came on with us. Blake Morrow, Pipsar, to understand the connectedness of all the markets is super important. Anyway, listen, my point is that you guys all need to find stability in your life, and you all need to find balance in your life. You will not maintain a long-term profitable career as a trader unless you do that. Mind, body, and spirit. You need to take care of your body every day. You need to take care of your mind every day, and you need to take care of your spirit every single day. Otherwise, you'll be running around on the hamster wheel, wondering why you keep making and losing the same $50,000 in your life. Or if you're trading prop accounts, why you keep doing well, blowing up, doing well, blowing up, doing well, blowing up. Please understand that you need to have and live a balanced life. Also, this is something not, I don't think spoken about enough, if at all. If you're setting out your career and you don't have a year, maybe 2 years worth of bills put aside, you need to have a job. You need to have a second income. You need to give yourself a year to at least get good at this. And that's not to study more charts necessarily, or to study more processes necessarily, although that's certainly important. But it's also to learn how to maintain, to create and maintain balance in the life and structure. If you want structure in your trading, you need to have structure in your life. So, while you're building whether you're on prop accounts or your own live account, you need a year worth of your bills put aside so that you don't have to worry about making money to pay your bills. Oh my gosh, I got to pay my rent. I got to pay my car payment. I got to pay so I better hurry up and trade. That's not that'll put you behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. Stress is a big deal. You don't want to, as a general rule, right? It's a big deal. You want to be minimal stress. Sure.
Outside of the hours that you're going to trade, find a job, that is going to provide the income necessary for you to pay your bills. So you do not have the pressure, on your shoulders to make money right away. It's very, very important. Don't blow it off.
Yeah. I mean, eat well, exercise, sleep well, and gin martinis. Those are like my 4 pillars of happiness and stress-free.
Well, I had a big martini last night. Jen and I had our dance lesson. You ought to see our dancing. It's so ridiculous. But we had our dance lesson. We're taking. My wife and I are taking dance lessons at Arthur Murray Dance Studios. There's a bar So and the studio is all windows, like everybody can see in. And there's a bar, there's a bar directly across. And there was a guy sitting at the bar, like by himself, watching. I don't know if he was actually watching us, but it looked like he was. And I said, geez, look at this guy. What's he think of me? We just look like such morons. But it's so much fun, and we have such a good time. We're new, so we look terrible, but we're having such a good time together. I suggest all you guys take your wives to learn how to do that kind of stuff. It's so much fun.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just looking at crude oil right now. I just did a quick peek. Right now we're trading kind of toward the lows, 93 spot 83. We're doing percent range so far is 126% of the average 34 period range. So it's shaping up to be a little bit wild.
It is. Crude is, crude has been an incredibly great trade. Crude is very difficult. If you guys are used to nibbling on the edges, and crude is a sure and steadfast way to get run over by a runaway freight train. Sunday night in our show on Sunday night when crude was exploding to the upside, and just, wait for it to top. If you guys are looking to sell this, wait for it to top out and then start lower before you do, right? Or wait for RTH. And I had somebody on Twitter that said, well, this was a great short. Where was it a great short? At $100 a barrel, at 105, at 110? He said, no, at 115. All right. So you're going to sell $115 a barrel. Where's your stop? Because we stopped at 119.48. So you're going to have a $4 stop? You're crazy. For independent traders, you're nuts. Yeah. But we start down through 115, start down through it. Then sell them, with your stop just above it, right? Do you see what I mean? Trading that momentum is going to give you huge, huge trades. So we are 94.48 is a big level for me. 94.48 to 58. We talked about that on Sunday. Above it, we can rally again. Below it, we can break again. And crude is a phenomenal trade. Yeah. We talk about handle rotations. How big are the rotations? In the S&P are 15-point rotations. NASDAQ is 65-point rotations. Crude is 60-point rotations from the opening range. I don't know what the opening range is, but crude trades
60 Pack 60 points or 60 ticks? 60 ticks, right?
60 cents.
60 cents, yeah. Okay.
So it trades in 60 ticks, right? So it trades in 60. Here, let me see what the opening range is, and I'll try to show you what I mean. Opening range is 93. Ooh, it's a wider opening range. 93.30 to 93.85. Okay. 93.85, 95.05, 15, 25. What the fuck is, what in the hell? It's Lent. I'm trying not to swear. And
you've been remarkably good the last couple of Fridays, so I'm proud of you.
Thanks. I am trying to give up swearing. It's hard to do,
especially from a South Side, half Irish, half Croatian.
Right. I grew up swearing. You sit on the street corner and swear, and and then we went. I drove a truck with old World War II veterans. They swore, and then I went to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and everybody swore. Oh my God. Lord help me.
But by the way, Pax, you mentioned opening range for crude. The time for the opening ranges are different in different markets. They're not all RTH,
I wanted to say that. All right.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out.
No, and thank you, because that thought crossed my mind. So the way that I trade gives us the ability to be able to trade with the algorithms and not against them, okay? With the entities that are creating the movement. So gold and the bonds and currencies, RTH, all start at 8:20 and 8:20 Eastern, 7:20 Central. And then crude and the energies are at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. Yeah. And then the indices are at 9:30 and equals 8:30. So you've got the ability to be able to trade the RTH of all those markets. Now let's see where. So the bonds open at 113, 114 even. Okay, is the top of the 30-year opening range. So you'd be long if you were trading the opening range. You'd be long bonds. You'd have 5 ticks into them. You'd be paid. If you're trading crude well, wait, let's see what the gold opening range. Gold isn't doing anything. If you're trading crude, we're inside the opening range. So you'd have been long at 93.85. We failed to get to that 60 handle rotation, came back down to the opening range, so you'd be flat. And let's see what we do in the indices. I think we've already seen. I think you guys have already seen a little bit of what I've talked about. You saw a 20 handle rally, and then you saw like a 15 handle thin break in the S&P. That's the kind of stuff, my brothers and sisters, you can expect to see all day long. So let's see what we get in the indices. If I wasn't here on the show today, I wouldn't be trading it at all. As soon as we end here, I'm going to go check into my group, make sure everybody's okay, and then I'm going to go work out. Oh, today, hey Jimmy. So today ought to be interesting. So my wife is going to our middle daughter's, mother's weekend for her sorority. So our youngest daughter, the only one that we have home left out of our 5 kids, is got her spring formal.
Yeah.
So a couple of her girlfriends are coming over to get ready, and it's just going to be me. So, and then the boys come over, and everybody comes and take pictures at our house. We have a nice little yard to do that. Yeah. So I'm trying to decide what to do. When these boys come, do I greet them with the Dago tea and my gold chain hanging and a 9mm on my waist? Or do I greet them dressed up in a suit, looking dapper, or in a Speedo?
No, well, the first
looking
one.
Looking like a whack job.
The first one, there's no question. That's not a question. You do number one. Anyway, so Pax, it is about that time. This segment here is sponsored by the CME Group. Our friends at the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. We're going to be talking about some the relationships between the micros and the minis. We're going to be talking about all these great new products that are being launched by the CME, including the 1 ounce gold contract. It's maybe a good way to get your dip your toes into it. Pocket-sized gold contract right now is. What are we trading at? We got 27,000 contracts traded so far. It's a successful contract. We have small silver contracts, and we have pretty micros on many of our most popular markets, which is really awesome. We're going to talk a lot about that going forward here in the next 45 minutes. So thank you, CME Group.
Oh, every time I see Leo Malamed, I haven't seen him in a couple of years. He's mad at me. But every time I see Leo, I thank him. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Leo. And I was over at his house. I became very good friends with his son Jordy when he filmed the documentary that I was in. And if you guys don't know who Leo Malamed is, you should all. I've recommended his books on Twitter. You should download his books, read his books, and learn about this business. He's the father of financial futures. So every time I see Leo, I say, "Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Leo." And he said, "Why do you thank me?" And I said, "Well, if it wasn't for you, I'd be a priest, or I'd be a cop, I'd be a fireman, or I'd be a gangster. I'd be something other than what I am. So thank you for inventing this." And all of you, that's why all of you should find out who Leo Malamed is. And now, beyond that, Terry Duffy, the CEO of the CME Group, he's one of Leo's proteges, Leo and Jack Sanders' proteges, and still carrying on the tradition of building the exchanges that are able to provide markets for you and for me and for all of us to come and as retail traders or independent traders, just to be able to pull some points out of the market every day, put it aside, protect it, do it again the next day, or nobody makes money every day except for YouTube streamers, but to do it, to protect it, grow it, and do it again. CME gives us the ability to be able to adapt to a very rapidly changing world with all of the innovative products. I know I sound like a commercial, but I cannot stress this enough.
But the truth is, that the invention of the micros have really helped with outreach, right? I mean, truly, these are markets that anybody could participate in, right? You don't have to have $1 million account. You could, and there's a lot of meat on the bone too in the micros. It's not as it's they move in tandem with the E-minis or the bigger contracts. There's a lot of volume in these markets, so the bid-ask spread's pretty good, and there's a lot of meat on the bone. So it truly is helping to make future trading really available to anybody, and which is a great thing, I think. So
Well, there's a lot of ways to make money, right? And you and I were talking about that earlier when you were talking about 10-minute charts and the overnight sessions, and I was talking about RTH and daily targets. That's what makes a market is different ways of looking at things. And I think that we all have to be supremely confident, not ego. There's a difference between being very, very confident and living in your ego. But when you're able to do that, when you're able to be supremely confident in yourself, in the way that you take care of your mind, body, and spirit, don't drink, eat whole, or don't drink much, eat whole, healthy foods, work out, pray, meditate, have a structured way of living your life. Right now, you're going to be more and more confident the way you do that. Have, a job, or you've got bills put aside, money put aside, as I was talking about earlier. Now you can put yourself in a position to be able to figure out who you are in the markets and how you can best take advantage of it. So the way that I like looking at things is I like looking at things from a short-term perspective, which gives me longer-term swings, okay? These shorter-term perspectives are going to be based on my macro zones, which I call like flattened zones, the quarterly pivots, old quarterly pivots, and then the levels that they give us. Or we're talking about swings. Swings are going to be from the macro side of things, from the yearly opening range, 69.02, whatever the market does in the upside, the market will do on the downside, and will do so in equal measure. Or we're talking about the swings from the quarterly pivot, 67.96. Okay, what the market does above that, the market will do below it too, and it will do so in equal measure as we take out those levels. Okay, now I use the daily opening ranges to be able to drive me between these levels. Okay, I use the daily opening ranges to be able to give me those intraday swings that sometimes can turn into broader swings that will then give me, some longer term positions. And it will give me positions that I can take, it'll give me places that I can take profit at and places that I can add to my positions at. That's what we're looking for. Okay, now, again, anybody can make money trading futures, and the more you trade, the more likely it is that you're going to eventually get run over. So we want to protect ourselves in that, but still give ourselves the ability to be able to maximize our profitability. So to me, the less I trade, the happier we're going to be. Now, how do we define that? Because for some traders, the less they trade, the happier you're going to be means 1 to 2 trades a month. Well, that's not enough for me. I want to make money consistently, not every day, but I want to make money every week. How do I do that? For some people, that's going to be 500 trades a week. Well, that's too much for me, unless we're in volatile times. If the markets are really busy and I'm trading S&P, I'm trading gold, I'm trading bonds, I'm trading crude. I'm not now, but if I have many times in my life in this environment. So if I'm doing that, 500 trades is not enough, right? So we have to be able to define what that means for us and then take advantage of it. So I hope that made sense. With all that boiling down to what we're looking at right now with the E-mini S&P, and right here, this is the E-mini, and the micros gives me the ability to be able to say, I'm not sure what we're going to do from here. As Pac said, this is rollover today and Monday, the heaviest days of roll. I don't really want to trade, but, we did stop in a good area. And I do want to see if we're going to rally a little bit. So let's see what the market is going to do. I'm going to put on a position in the minis, and because I'm going to trade small, I'm going to trade 2-lot minis. But I have to, if I'm trading a 2-lot, I got to be right. I've only got 2 position management options open to me. If I trade in minis and I use the micros to trade out of it, well, now I've got exponentially more. What were we going to say, Jimmy?
So I just wanted, for those of you who are new here or haven't maybe traded a futures contract yet, I know there's some folks here in that position. So what the difference the markets we're talking about the E-mini S&P, right? This is the S&P 500 futures. We're talking about the mini, they're called a mini contract. That's the one a lot of folks trade. It's got a lot of liquidity. And then there's the sister market, which is based on the same market. It's called the micro E-mini S&P, right? The basis of these 2 contracts are the same. The micro is 1/10 the size smaller than the big contract. In other words, the tick value is 1/10 the size smaller, but they're correlated. virtually 100%. And the basis again are the S&P 500 stock index. So that these two are virtually the same market, and you could trade them together. And this is what PAX is going to demonstrate.
Yeah. Yes. So listen, and this is somebody had asked in just a second ago. Somebody had asked about. My friend wants to trade one lots. If you're trading one lots, you've got to you have to be right. If you trade in one lot micros, I mean, you got to be right. If you're going to trade one lot micros, you ought to be trade prop, I guess. Trade one lot minis. Now you can trade out in you got 10 micros to trade out of. That gives you some trading room. Okay. I'm going to show you how to trade in the minis and trade out in 20 lot micros. So 2 lot minis equal 20 lot micros. So for every one E-mini, you have 10 micros to trade out of. Does that make sense? I know that this can I don't know. I think that this can get kind of confusing.
Well, no, it could. But if you think of it in terms of fractional shares, it's very similar concept, right? So where the mini is one, it was called one share, even though it's not a share, it's a contract. But the micros, then there's up to 10 segments, basically, right? So you're trading a tenth or 20%, 30%, 40%. Depending on if you go 1, 2, or 3 contracts in the micros. So it's a fractional deal where you offset your position. Your net position is offset once you start doing what PAX is going to show.
Yes. Exactly right. Hold on one second. I'm signing back in so I can see the chat. All right. So, and it gives you, this is not a hedge, although I think that prop groups consider this a hedge. The prop companies think that this is a hedge. It's not a hedge. It's a way to take profit on something that gives you opportunity to be able to manage your profitability.
You're scaling in and out of your core position.
Yes, exactly right. You're scaling. Well, I'm not scaling in. I'm scaling out. I never scale into a position. I never add to a loss. If I buy 6707s and it goes 07 offer, I'm out. If I buy 07s, it goes 8 bid, 9 bid, 10 bid. I'm going to sell some micros against it to take some profit in it. I'm going to scale out for profit. I'm never going to scale into a futures position. Now, does that make sense? I mean, it's very important for us as new retail traders to not, or for longer retail traders, for us not to add to a loss. Anyway, so I want. Now, how do I explain this? The majority of us think that you buy a 1 lot, you sell a 1 lot, you buy a 2 lot, you sell a 2 lot, and it's or contracts. Do you guys use lots or contracts?
Yeah, it goes. I mean, everyone says it differently, right? Cars is the one thing no one says anymore, but it's lots or contracts.
Yeah, cars. Yeah, I bought 2 cars. I bought 5 cars. I don't think I ever really said that. I was,
I thought that was a CME thing versus a CBOT thing.
It was, but it was more of like a meat, a meat thing. Like when I was in the hogs, when I traded hog spreads, this is when I actually learned how to spread. But when I was in the hog spreads, everybody said cars. I sold you 50 cars. Girl, I bought 50. But in the NASDAQ was always lots, which are the same thing. A lot. A lot of cattle, right?
Yeah,
a feed lot.
Yeah.
A car would be a carload of hogs or a carload of cattle, and that was always a certain amount of weight and things like that. So that's where those words come from.
Yeah.
All right. So somebody had asked, how do I avoid over trading with my system? If I'm trading a 2 lot, as I'm going to here, and then trading out in micros, my expenses should never, ever exceed more than $400. Now, in this, my expenses will exceed $400 because I am going to overtrade this morning in an attempt to try to show you how to manage these positions. But when I'm trading my own stuff, I don't trade 2 lots or 4 lots. I trade a lot more than that. But when I'm just as a general rule, if you're trading a 2 lot, you should never spend more than $400 in a day ever. If you're trading a 4 lot, you should never spend more than $800. Now, there are going to be times when you have to expand your expenses. Our ATR right now is 127 points. So, with 127 point ATR, I'm going to be getting more out of the trades. I might get 30 points, and I'll show you on my indicator here on the charts when we open. I might get 30 or 40 points out of a trade, 50 points or 60 points out of a trade. And so with that being said, I'll want to expand my expenses. I don't think in terms of risk reward ratio. I'm a trader. I'm not a money manager. I think in terms of how much money do I have to spend in order to take advantage of the market? Because again, remember, I am not a hedge fund. I'm not a CTA. I'm an independent trader. So I don't think in terms of percentages and things like that. What percentage of your account do you risk?
Oh,
Nothing.
hey, Pax, it's game on now. We got 15
Yeah, 20
seconds.
seconds. Yeah. I don't do that. It's just a matter of how much money am I going to spend? So I'll show you, okay, because that's a very good question, and it's a super important question. All right, 3, 2, 1, we're open, man. Let's go. Let's go, man.
Opening range, first 30 seconds, right, Pax?
See, senor. Top of the nice wide opening range, as expected. 15 is so far 05 to 15. Remember, you guys, this is going to be this is not going to be the day to make your fortune. Oh gosh. So I'm going to trade in here in 2 lots. I'm going to trade out here in 20 lots. All right, I'm long. Oh shit, I'm out. I got out way too quick. Okay. Oh shit. Oh gosh. Choppy, tubapi. Fucking beat it. Okay. Now I wouldn't trade this with.
You're long too right now, buddy.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade this with big money today. There's no reason to trade this. So I'm going to do this on 2 lots, and I'm going to do this without spending real dough. So 15, scratch a couple times. It took a couple of expenses. Look at this. Get out of here, dude. Okay. So it's the NASDAQ opening range.
Choppy, too boppy.
Sucky, too bucky.
Okay. Whoa.
Remember that movie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you can't reference what. Yeah. Oh, never mind. All right. 687 NASDAQ, 636 NASDAQ. Okay. 687 to 636. 05 to 15. So the S&P is doing nothing but banging around inside of the opening range. So there is no breakout. This is just a corrupty day. Now let's see how can I illustrate this? I should really stop picking on my ex-wife when I say I wouldn't trade this with my ex-wife's money, but it gets the point across.
I don't think she's in the chat, Pax.
Who?
Your ex-wife.
No. I know, but one of my kids might be.
Right in the middle of the opening range right now.
Trade to sell. I don't ever use a 15-minute chart. I'm only looking at this because my indicator is on here. Okay. So I know that below 05 quarter, I want to be short. Above 15s, I want to be long. I'm not looking at a 15-minute chart, looking at these wicks. Oh shit, a wick. I don't know what to do with wicks. Or with, these. I'm not looking for patterns here. I'm going to be short below 05, and I'm going to be long above 15. And below 05, I'm going to take profit at 90. Below 90, I'm going to add to the next level, which would be 75. Okay. Above 15, I'm going to take profit at 30, and I'm going to add above 30. All right. Now let's try this again.
There we go. 15s. All right, long 2 at 15. Oh,
this sucks. All right, so the S&P just I'm going to leave these on a second. Let's see if the NASDAQ, the S&P wants to try to rally. So let's act like I'm long from, no, fuck it. We're breaking. I wouldn't do any of this, what I'm doing with 16 lot units in my main trading accounts. Please know that, okay? I'm just trying to get something on so I can show you how in the hell to do this. None of this is what I would do with real dough. None of this. So any of you guys in my group that are in here, nobody should be trading this. Actually, sell 05s. If we go 05 off or try, the market tried to rally and it couldn't. So you can try to sell 05s, 05 quarters. Once, twice, that's it.
I'm surprised we're still in this 10 handle range.
I'm not. This is rollover. This is exactly what I thought it would happen. And it's, I think I said this morning at like 7:30, there's no reason to trade this today. It's not worth my money. This market, look, and it's to that question that you had asked earlier, whoever asked, I think it was trade to sales. You have to also decide on the days that you want to spend money. Hey, listen, this is a market. I'm willing to spend money in this market, and you have to have reasons for it. I think I've said a few times this morning that this is not worth my money. Well, Twisted Trader, I've made millions doing this since 2013. Traders in my group make an awful lot of money. If you're going to try to figure out how I trade in a market that hasn't gone anywhere in 5 minutes, well, I think you're fucked. I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah, we're going to go one way or the other here.
Yeah, center my fucking screens. Okay, there. All right.
Wow.
There we go. Tried to break and it can't. This market has nothing in it. So again, don't spend any money in it. Let's just act like, I don't know. I mean, I can't even act like we're breaking so that I can show you how to manage this. So if you, now listen, if you sell 05 quarters and it pops 05 quarter bid, you're out. Period. Now, I'm trying to show you how in the fuck to work this spread, and this market isn't going anywhere. All right, there. Pretend I'm short at 05 quarter. I've already got a scratch stop in. Damn it. No, I don't. Okay, now I do. Scratched out. Missed it. I'd rather miss a move than to lose money. All right, sold 05 quarters again. Market tried to rally, couldn't. Let's see if it tries to break. Oh, and it couldn't. Go, you son of a bitch, go.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's rollover, but still, we're in the OR after all this time.
It's exactly why I said over and over again this morning, not worth your money.
This is a unique open.
It's rollover. And we don't have any, do we have any data out at 9? Do we have any reason to move?
No.
No, everything we had, PCE, jolts, everything that we had came out an hour and a half ago or an hour ago.
Michigan sentiment's at 10. And then we have jolts actually might be interesting. Jolts is at 10 o'clock too.
All right, jolts might move us. So we sit here and we wait until then.
Yeah.
Like I told you, I wouldn't spend a nickel in this market. Oh, now I got to do this again. I hate even doing this with 2 lots. Fuck. All right, there. Long 15s. None of you ought to be trading actual live money. There's no reason for anybody, whether you're trading my style of trading or any style of trading, there's no reason for any of you to be involved in this market right now. If you're going to be a guy that's going to, try to buy 05s and sell 15s, okay. But I don't even know how you gauge that kind of shit. Oh, shit. Hurry up. I got to get long again. All right. Let's pretend I'm long at 15. Scratch stop in, and I got scratched out. Do it again. What's the NASDAQ doing? 15 equals 62. 662. 15 equals here. 15 equals 662. Watch the NASDAQ. If you buy 15s, watch the NASDAQ trade at 662. There, try it again.
There we go. This is it.
662 bid.
There you go.
Finally,
All right.
the S&P's finally fucking found something. All right, now
Stop at break even.
Yeah, first rotation is at 30. So you want to take profit on this. If the market rallies, I'm going to be pissed I'm not trading with actual money. No, I won't, because I wouldn't want to be involved in this. There you go.
How many micros are you taking off, Pax?
Oh, I got to take off 10.
Yeah.
So listen, now the way that I trade is I scale out. So I want to pay for my trade to remove my risk. That is, in normal times, I'm going to do that at 4 points in the S&P by taking 25% of my position off. But because our ATR is above 80 or 60, I'm looking to pay for my trade with 15 points, with these 15-point rotations, and to take profit on the trade with a 15-point rotation. All right. So I got to remove my risk, I want to sell a 5 lot. To take profit on the trade, I want to sell 5 micros. To take profit on my trade, I want to sell another 5 micros. So if this rally above 15 is any good, we will trade up to 30. But I always take profit in front of the level. Look at that. I got stopped out and they're going to be good now. This is such a jag-off trade. All right. 15, 16, 17, 18, 17, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right, I can buy 19s. That's a pay line. I got to watch my main domes. These domes are too small to see. Look at that. We're back down. This market sucks. The bonds, I took profit on my 30-yard. I think I tweeted that out. I tweeted that whole trade out. Sell them at 1501. Take profit at 1428, or pay for the trade at 1428. Take profit at 1424 and take profit at 1328. I'm still short them.
Yeah, we're at 09 right now on the bonds.
Yeah, it's bounced back above the opening range. I should cover some of the opening range here. Opening range is even. I should have covered more. All right. All right, here, pay line. Buy the pay line. Opening range in the 30-year bond is 114 even. I missed those. All right, so I'm long the pay line. Let's see if I can get these to stick. Yeah, still working at 29s. So listen, there's multiple ways to enter a position in my strategy. And it's going to be at the opening range, which is 15 quarter or 15 even, or it's going to be at 19. You can buy the pay line. I don't like trading the pay line here because it's too choppy usually, but for the sake of showing you guys how to illustrating this this spread, then you got to we got to find a spot to put them on it. All right, so there we go. Long 2, and I'm about to be short 10. If the market is any good, it's going to, oh, you know what? Yeah. If the market is any good, it's going to trade at the 15-handle rotation. What's crude doing?
Crude is 94.07 right now.
Anybody long crude? That's a market to trade today. Anything, you guys want to trade anything that's not rollover?
Here we go. Look at this. We're going to get it.
Yeah, as long as we're above 15, we will.
So you got a scratch stop in, you're long 2 minis, and you're trying to get out of the micros at what price?
Part of them at 29.
29. All right. So if once that happens,
then I'll add more above 30.
Yeah. Then you'd be long only 1 net once you get hit on the micros. Are you taking off 5 micros or are you taking off 10 micros?
10. I got to pay for my trade by taking off 25% of my unit, and I need to take profit on 25% of my unit. Damn it.
Here we go. 29.
All right. So you want to be able to add your position. How can you add a position? If you're trading this way, you take profit on them. You want to buy more. You can buy these back above 30, or you can just let the market go.
All right. Great trade, Pax.
No, it's not. I overspent way too much fake money in order to get this market up here. All right. So, or I can buy another 2-lot. It would have been a great trade had I've done all of that with scratches. All right. So what I did was I'm long 2, short 10. So I'm long 1 E-mini. Instead of adding back my micros, I bought 2 more 30. So now I'm long 4, short 10. That means I've got 40 micros to trade out of. Now, the way to become financially free is not to trade 1,000 times. You're just exposing yourself to too much trading. The way to become financially free is to take more out of the market. 15 handles is a nice way to do that, and to be able to add to your positions. Okay, so using this way of trading is a great way to do that. So now I'm long 4, short 10. I need to pay for my trade. Next rotation is going to be 45. So I'd like to take profit and add to my positions at 43. I'm going to take profit at 43. So 43, 45, I will sell 15 there. 15 micros.
And then on the mini, you have a scratch stop for the second units.
Yeah. So I can't lose money. I'm long 60. This is the best trade, So anybody in my group, you guys waited until we got above this rotation to get long, and this was easy. This was easy, and we haven't gone anywhere. We're only at 32, but we went 30 bid, and it never went 30 offer. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It was the opening range that sucked. So now we're above 30. You got your scratch stops in. You put your cursor on the buy side to get back in if they hold it. So let's see. They don't get back to it.
Yeah, you just scared them away, man.
I didn't do. All I did was just keep my scratch stopping. The market's doing it all. So now I'm going to take profit. I'm going to pay for my ads. Actually, I need to sell more. I'm going to pay for my ads and take profit on them by selling 10. So that would be in effect taking one of these off. Now, if I was trading my normal size, I'd have bought 16 at 30, and on a spike above there for a 5-lot or a 10-lot someplace, I would sell a couple. But now watch 37 quarters the high. So those of you who are long 30s, sell a few up here. Oh yeah. Sorry, too late. You got that little bit of a spike. When you get that little bit of a spike up like that, you make new highs, and then it down ticks. Hurry up and pay for your trade. It's kind of too late for me to do it now.
So you would move your profit target down when that happens?
Not my profit target. I would sell 25% of my ads to pay for my trade and remove my risk.
Got it.
And I was too slow in doing it. Oh, Sam, that's how a ton of money is lost too in overtrading it like I did. If I was trading 8 lots, I'd be down 5,000 or 6,000 by the time I found the momentum of the market. So that's not, every morning you have to decide how much money you want to. All right, there, stopped out. Now I'm back to my original position, long 2, short 10. So I got stopped out of my ads for a scratch. Quite often that would bother people. That doesn't bother me because I'm still long, in effect, 1 E-mini.
Yeah.
Or 10 micros. So it doesn't bother me because the time that, and I did this earlier to try to illustrate this point, and I wouldn't do it well. I cannot stress this enough. I wouldn't do that with live money. So the time that I remove my 6, now this is something that most of you will not understand. The time that I remove my 67.30 stop for a scratch and put it in, let's say at 28, I'll get killed doing that. Right now, I got away with it, but why would I want to do that? I'd rather miss a move than to lose money any day, all day of my entire career. So who cares?
Yeah, that's hard to do. That's good advice, and it's hard to do.
This whole thing sucks. Look at this. All right, now the matchups are different. Okay, now we're back down to 30, and the NASDAQ is now working below 62. There you go. Okay, so now I'm back being long at the pay line with having taken profit up here. So I have no risk on the trade. I'm not going to mess with it. Those of you who added above 67.30, hopefully you paid from, you scratched them out. Back below 30, the S&P is going to try to go back to the opening range. Oh, I hate rollover.
Fibonacci Princess just reminded us JOMO, not FOMO.
You're right, Tammy, 100% right, which is, again, why I wouldn't be trading this. I'd be working out, trying to think of ways to embarrass my daughter tonight when her friends and these boys come over to take pictures at our house. There's no reason to look at this. We're just looking like you're going to go 30 bid, and they slammed in 3 or 4 points. Yeah. There's truly no reason to be involved in the market today. I mean, you know, you can make money trading it. I mean, you can, but you have to decide on. You all have to decide: are you confident, carefree, fearless, and focused? Personally, did you wake up, go through your morning routine? Did you wake up and do the things that you need to do? Are you confident in yourself? Are you confident? Did you sleep well? All those things. Are you confident in everything that you've done? Okay. Are you carefree? Are you worrying about health issues? Are you worrying about, you know, I don't know, bills? Are you worrying about argument with your spouse? Are you worried, or your girlfriend, or are you lonely, carefree, right? You're depressed, anxious, fearless. Are you fearless? You know, I have nothing to fear. Nobody can hurt me. The market can't hurt me. The market cannot hurt me. Only I can hurt me. The market doesn't favor me. The market doesn't, you know, disfavor me. The market doesn't hunt my stops. You know, any of those things. Are you fearless? And are you focused? I slept good. I ate. I drank my coffee. I did my breathing exercises. I prayed. I meditated. I did all those things. So I'm confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. That's the first step in learning how to size up or size down personally. That's the most important aspect of it too. The second is, you know, well, what cycle of the trading environment are we in? We're in rollover. So is it worth my money? No, I'm not trading. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. You know, or hey, listen, this is going to be a good trading day, and here's why. I can articulate why I think it's going to be a good trading day, and I can define my risk on the trades. Today, I didn't feel I can define my risk, and so I'm not trading live money, right? Today, I didn't think that the market was going to give me anything that I could spend money on, so I'm not going to trade normal size units. That's me. If you have a different, listen, I want to buy him here, and here's my risk, and I want to sell him here, and here's my risk. And if you can define those things, then you've got reason to spend a little bit. Now, I'm personally CCFF, confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. I know where I want to be long and short, and I know where my risk is. I can define it. I'm willing to spend money in that. Okay, if for whatever reason you can do that. Now, hold on, I'll answer your question in a second trade. You know, if you can do that, then you can go ahead and take the trade. For me, not worth it today. Now, somebody had asked me if I'm not short 10 micros. I am long 2 short 10. So if I get stopped out, then what I should do is just get out of my micros. But what I'll show you is that that's another way of trying to, this is another reason why trading the spread is a good idea. So if I get scratched out of my minis, now I'm short 10 micros. I either just flatten up to make sure that I take profit on that trade, or I can say, hey, listen, I've kind of added to my position here. Let's see, you know, I kind of fade. It looks like I faded the market. I'm short from 30. Woo! You know, I don't know. You've got choices. Yeah. You've got opportunity to be able to manage your positions.
Goran, my mic's still good. Sometimes you just got to let packs roll, man.
Yeah, Goran. Yeah, Goran.
You got to let it happen.
So confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. Okay. Geez, I should have bought more bonds at 14.
Bonds are stuck at 12 right now.
I know. I should have bought some more above the opening range.
Yeah.
When I was in here talking to you guys. So anyway, the point is that, you know, what was the point of that the first step in deciding if you're going to trade and what size you're going to trade is, are you personally confident, carefree, fearless, and focused? Did you go through all of those things? The second step in deciding, are you going to spend money? Are you going to trade, or are you not? Is to decide. Look at this.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a crude oil chart side by side with an equity chart, I mean, these things are
Super
moving
important. Yeah. Now
100%
this is
uncorrelated, man.
right, and this crude is a leading
Negative.
indicator, and this right here is that's a tape bomb. This is a war tape bomb.
Yeah. Crude's back in a 93 handle.
Yeah. Shit. I missed. I had a chance to rebuy those 30s.
Yeah. You got another chance. Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's go.
All right. Now, come on. All right. Now, see, and they sucked. That's why I don't like pullbacks, but bid them. Now, watch the NASDAQ too. Oh, geez. I don't want to do that. Okay.
Long
now,
4 minis.
Yeah. Let's try to add here. Okay. Now, watch the NASDAQ. 783 equals 30. 783 equals 30. Now it's 87. Shite. Geez, is the S&P leading, or is it the NASDAQ that's leading?
Crude oil is back almost to 94. I think crude oil is leading.
Well, crude oil is leading, but I mean, leading the indices. Yeah, crude oil is absolutely a leading indicator. You have to have a crude oil chart up.
Dude, I was on an airplane flying back from Las Vegas Sunday night. I had my mobile app open, and I was watching that. I was watching the crude open. It was wild.
Oh, on Sunday night, that was crazy.
I'll confess, I tried to throw some trades in on the airplane. It didn't work out so well for me, but I knew better not to, but I couldn't resist.
I did too, but half-heartedly and after the fact, like, ooh, I could have sold 15 evens, or 115s, and put in an offer when we were trading at like 113 to sell 115s, Yeah. So no, I guess I didn't. I mean, that's not really trying. Now, crude is exploding. 94 bid. Oh, what the hell happened here? 94 bid. What does a crude chart look like on here? I need to get the opening ranges on crude too. Look at the I need to put a daily out. Okay, here. This is a daily? A nudge. This is a crude daily?
Dude, on let's see, let me compare mine.
Oh, here it is. Okay. So this was what was the day that here. This was the second biggest day that crude had in its history. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. The biggest day that crude ever had was April 24th, 2020. The high of the day was 12 and change, $12 and like 40 cents. The low of the day was negative 40. That was the biggest crude move ever. The other day, oh my God, we went from, this isn't right.
No. Is your data moving, buddy?
No. What happened? Put a daily crude chart up, will you?
Yeah, hang on.
I've got my CQG up on my other screen. So the S&P
your data might be, your dome's not moving,
froze.
Dude.
Yeah, I know. The whole thing froze.
Yeah.
So crude's move on Monday, was it Monday or was it Tuesday? Was the second biggest move that we've had in crude.
Yeah, let's shoot over to my chart real fast, mission control.
The high of the day was 119. That was the overnight high on Sunday, and then on Monday, it broke to $81. So
look at this. Look at this candle. This candle high to low is $40 almost
in one day.
In one day. My line in the sand's 94.77. Blake was at 95, so I
You know,
feel like I'm in good company.
all right, 94.77 is a great level, and it's also March 9th's close on the RTH.
Yep, that I have my arrow pointed right at that. That's exactly what I saw, and because I want to check where our closes. Are we closing continually higher or not? And we're
Yes.
not. We're kind of stuck sideways on the closes. Yeah, we had a little bit of a sell-off here, but we're right back to it. All right, all right,
No,
all right.
this
We got the
is
young
going to
bucks
be a
in
lot
here
of
with
money.
us, Pax.
Well done, lads. How you doing, boys?
What's up, fellas?
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Goodness,
What are you
Hey,
guys doing?
we have West Coast represented here, man.
Yes, I'm long. I think XY. Oh, you're not in a
I
trade.
scratched out of it. I'm still waiting to see. I mean, I'm looking for the 3950s, 73950s NQ. There's a big buyer, and I don't like that he's being traded under, so I'm gonna wait.
I got this move with packs, and I'm just sitting in runners.
Chris, where are you long from?
667.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. I was trying to fill the 50s.
Back to
That
see.
was such a good long. I was barely like turning on my charts, so I missed it, but perfect spot for a bid. Hopefully you can get a move to like the 900s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for 880s, but we'll see.
So where did you see the buying coming in, XY?
It was more so as it kept selling, as soon as they sold into the 630s, 620s, they built a range, but they lost that range and fell back into where it's been auctioning the whole time before. And as soon as they couldn't get back below that range, I was like, okay, well, I think they're just gonna go all the way back up then, because they already tested lower. And if that's not gonna work, then it's just not gonna happen. But I couldn't get any fills on, so I just been waiting.
So Tracy's reporting Michigan, University of Michigan preliminary March consumer sentiment falls to 55.5. The estimate was 54.8. That's a little perky.
Geez, the S&P is back to the pay line. So again, you guys, those of you who are following the opening range, you'd be long, I suppose, or as I suggested at 7:30 Central or 8:30 Eastern, don't trade today, unless you've got your risk clearly defined, like Chris and XY do. Otherwise, not worth your money.
Yeah.
Rollover sucks.
So I got an announcement.
All right.
So we have Pax XYZ Chris in the house. How would you like to meet in real life? In real life, IRL. There's a link at the top of the chat. We're coming to cities throughout, well, the world, really. The first 3 meetups. These are meetups. We want to meet you. Hopefully you want to meet us. These cats are a lot of fun. They're smart. They're, a lot of experience behind it. So if you're interested, there's a link in the chat. Fill out that form. So far, the first 3 cities have been established: Miami, Chicago, and London. Those 3 meetups are happening. There's more that are being developed. And also, as you fill out this form, we'll get more data to find out where people are clustered from, and then we'll come to you. So we're looking forward to meeting everybody. If you guys want to meet these guys, and I've met them all. I met these guys in Naples, and I got to say, it was spectacular. It was so much fun. Everybody's very humble and funny and smart, and just a high energy crowd. And they'll be very generous with their time. So feel free to pop in, fill that form out, and we'd love to meet you as well. So
You can work out with Chris and I, or you can drink martinis with with Jimmy and eat cake at 3 a.m. with whoever's up.
yeah, but hey, all right, that cake video should not be circulating right now.
That's funny.
That's for sure. But no, I gave up processed sugar for Lent, like other than what's in the martini.
I gave up swearing for Lent until
This morning.
until the market aggravated me. So now I got to go to confession. The market, listen, the market didn't aggravate me. I had absolutely no plans on trading real money with this. I mean, I said that, I think, before. I said that 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
What frustrated me was that I and I said I would overtrade before the market opened.
Yeah.
So if you're here trying to learn my process, then that was not an example of it. Listen to what I said, not what I do. What I tried to do was illustrate the spread trading that you can do, and that was no good. So I always feel bad when the markets don't do anything because, I mean, it's, if I'm showcasing my trading strategy or I'm showcasing my own trading, I'm not doing anything. I would just sit and chat. But that segment is not about my strategy. It's about the spread, trading the minis and the micro spread. And so in that sense, I still didn't think it was worth any money, but I still did what I did in order to try to illustrate it. And, you guys don't use that as an example of my trading strategy because I wouldn't have traded.
Yeah.
Use that as an example of the spread trading. So you're long at NASDAQ, you're long minis. You take profit in stages along the way. In the micros, it gives you opportunity. So now we're back down to the opening range. You just scratched out of your minis, and now you're short 10 micros. You have a chance to what we call getting fancy in my group, which is selling the top of the opening range and selling the bottom of the opening range and adding to your positions that way without adding to your risk. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Awesome job. Appreciate your time today, Pax. Appreciate your demonstration, your knowledge, everything. We had a pretty good capital preservation Monday. Spencer, anybody in the Charlotte area? I'm in Charlotte all the time. You'll find me in the South End. Send me a DM on my X, and I'll let you know if I'm going to be around that weekend. But I'm there all the time. So
yeah, Jack Gleason and I are going to get together. Jack, I didn't until you told me yesterday. Jack and I exchanged numbers. Till you told me yesterday, I didn't realize that Jack lived here. Jack and I are going to get together in Chicago. If anybody's in Chicago, you want to meet up, let me know.
That's a dangerous combination of people.
Oh man, yeah.
Anyway,
go.
Pax, awesome. Again, have a great weekend. I am going to also dip into the chat. Chris in XYZ, I will not see you anymore. So have a great weekend, and look forward to talking to you next week.
All right, Jim. You and Pax both have a great weekend, all right?
See you, Chris. God bless you. XY, God bless you, my brother. What's the J stand for?
Proprietary. I'll only tell you in person. I think I told you in Naples. I'm pretty sure I told you in Naples.
I remember. Yeah, I like it. Bring me one. I'm a size 8. I'll see you guys later. God bless you.
See you guys.
Take care, guys. Have a good one. Stands for Jim.
It's my landlord's name, Jim.
Jesus? Jesus is everybody's landlord. All right, chat. Good morning.
Good morning,
How's everybody
chat.
doing? Cooper, Mark, Fiber Optic, Wit. Good morning, everybody. Spencer,
Yeah, you saw that little short, huh?
Streamside.
Explain the trade.
Morning, all. Yeah, I moved my stock to break even on the rest. It's West Coast. All right, guys. West Coast. Whoa, futures. Chill. Chill, bro.
Hey,
yo. Buy me a drink or something
Yo, no,
first.
keep that energy. Futures, no, you keep that same energy. It's Friday.
Hey, talk
Tell them
dirty
how
to
you
me.
really feel. Don't let them scare you off.
Hey, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
The opposing forces. Yeah, I wasn't really too interested in shorts, but when they failed the upside there and came right before this break, trading the 9, the selling was holding, buying looked like they were kind of losing interest, so I got into some shorts and scaled out. I'm just down to 1 now. Hopefully, we can get down to around VWAP 620s, 630s, or maybe even like close to 600. This zone that I have. So I think the trade that I would have really preferred is a long down here in the zone as price came back in the morning right here because
What level is that?
they trapped a node under here for this move up, and I was sick.
Are you looking
So,
at 620s?
Yeah, in the morning, the low of the day,
Yeah, yeah, that was
because
a good
that's when
fell
they were really
breakdown.
trying to push the sell side and they lost the whole thing. And when they came back into the prior range, they just kind of gave it up. But I opened the charts a little late, and then I was trying to fill in the 50s, but the market was like, nah, we've already done that. So,
Yeah, I
yeah,
caught that. That to me that looked like a fell breakdown. Well, that was a fell breakdown to me. But it's
I
funny how
think that
you see
was the
that
best trade of the
differently.
day. I'm not sure the day sets up a better trade than that, honestly. I mean, what did it go for? Like, it's 200 points almost.
Yeah, it was a good one. I really thought we were gonna get to 880s, but looks like it wants to pull back first.
I think I'm gonna trail this. They can get another low or a move lower here. I'll trail this thing. I'll start to trail it. So we've got to trade the 670s. Tape is still pretty negative, so I want to be able to hold on to this runner. There it is. Let's trail it. So I'm just gonna
Yeah,
keep trailing this thing, guys.
good one. Looks like it'll stop me out.
ES is
I'll
going
buy
for
it
a new
again.
low, but it's
Yeah,
VWAP
this is
ES.
pretty weak. Let's see. We are cyclical week. What do you think, guys? Is the low in?
Honestly, it wouldn't shock me. But well, ES is trying to poke a new low, but VWAP might catch it.
So yesterday's low, let me share my plan. Yesterday's low, while I wait here to get stopped out. Last night's low was the third 4 hour lower low in this downtrend that we've been in. And if you guys know anything from my process, that usually indicates an end to the downtrend. And we saw a big reversal overnight into this morning. And now we're pulling back to create a higher low against the overnight low. So if we can hold 6,700 for ES, we can continue higher, which we did see that already at the open. If not, can we come back down to prior day low, 66, 68, 70s, and then seek a deeper higher low? All right, looks like I got stopped out on my last runners. And then for NQ, we put in a second lower low on the 4 hour. We had a big bounce reclaim that 3 week range support, which we're now sort of back testing. And we are now can consolidate. Now, to me, if yesterday's low is the higher low against Monday's low, then I think we can see higher. So I am a buyer of pullbacks all day, especially into prior day low. If we form acceptance at prior day low and lose that, then my short-term bullish ideas are no longer viable. So I got stopped out of break even on the rest after taking two partials. So I'll take that and I'll wait for another setup here, which I have. If we go to the hourly plan here now that I shared this morning on X, I really like this 600 area. We tested that in the pre-market right before the open, and that's what got me triggered long. So as long as we can continue to hold that, then I don't see why we can't consolidate and continue higher. We need to lose that to go back down to prior day low, 500 zone, and then maybe create a deeper higher low. But I think there's a good chance we can just consolidate up here and then see what we get into next week. 66.93 is a good zone for ES. So if it comes down there, I'm interested in buying. Hey Lalo.
Lion Monk Trader, San Gabriel, Alhambra, East LA.
Oh,
What are we saying here? Is that where you're around? Very local to me. It's my suburbs, actually.
who said that? I don't.
Some lion monk trader. I don't know what the context of it is, but the burps, baby. Do I have a maximum amount of trades? No, but I don't trade very long in time duration. So I say 30 minutes to an hour is normally an hour is like the higher end of how long I'm actually trading for. Um, Lion Monk 626, huh? Do I enter a Heikin-Ashi once in range, or do I wait for it? No, I don't enter with Heikin-Ashi. I use the DOM. I just enter with order flow. Heikin-Ashi just cleans things up for me. But no, I don't. I mean, in theory, it's a really good idea, I think. I don't know, but the risk might be too wide, so yeah, I just do. Am I holding for zero? No. I want to see the open, so 645. VWAP's right there, 630s. If we do trade to like 609 right here where my target is, I'll call it good there because they can totally just sweep this and bounce it again. But I'm trailing for now. We'll see what the market gives me. It's just a runner. I've already taken the profits on the other lots.
What makes 693 a good zone?
Adam, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I do my best to, yeah, I guess sneak entries is one way to put it. I didn't think anyone would notice that I actually gotten short at any point, so I didn't mention it or anything.
Hey, Phoenix. So what makes 693 a good zone? It's just looking at the interaction here. So if I go to the 5-minute, now this is the indicator that I created at zones, but it comes from years of manual placement of support and resistance that thankfully now, with the technology I've been able to create as an indicator. But if you look at the interaction, just in the last 2 days, you can see how strong 693 has been. Support, this is when, I don't know if it's Wednesday or Thursday. Support, we fell. We then back tested from above right here, right? We then reclaim it. We move lower, reclaim it, back test it. It's just an interaction of a key level. We come back to it. We form acceptance. We break down. Well, hey, guess what needs to be reclaimed in order for us to push up into 67.18, 67.30s, 66.93. We did that and we shot up. So now we're coming back into it. So it's support until proven otherwise. It's just a consistent interaction for over time in certain areas that are then identified as that key level.
I barely survived my trailing stop.
Man, ES is so weak compared to NQ.
Yeah, I'm hoping ES can drag this thing down.
I would love a pullback to prior day low, but I don't think we'll.
Dude, they just came within like 1 point of my stop, it looks like.
Maybe ES. We're coming into support here, so I would buy NQ here again.
ES. 15-minute candles are really good. Oh, also another thing to note, I was willing to short because of the prior 15-minute candle close earlier. We got a really good continuation candle. We're printing pretty strong here. So we're at the open. This is where I'm going to look to see at what point I want to take this trade off. I think I'll trail more aggressively now. We're at VWAP. All right, I'm taking the trade off.
Yes, it's into 69.90, 66.93. NQ's back into that.
Thank you.
How come I didn't get a applause when on my morning trade?
No one showed up to the auditorium yet. No one was there yet. Your trade was too early.
Yeah.
People
Oh
started
no.
trickling in into the theater when I started putting on my trade. So you would buy it or are you buying it? That's a question for Chris.
What?
Someone asked, would you would buy it or are you buying it?
Oh, I'm buying it.
Thanks, chat.
I'm buying
Why
it.
did I just cover at VWAP? Because I feel like we've not only crossed the nine, but we're extending quite a ways away from it. Um, at this point, I think there will be some sort of pullback. So can't be too mad about that. I mean, my other target is actually, yeah, it's, I mean, 30 points lower, which is quite a bit, but it's all right. We got like 100 something on that. How do
I'm
I
buying it.
generally manage executing around rollover weeks? Same thing. Honestly, guys, I do the same thing. I would highly recommend that you guys find a process where you just do the same thing.
Over and
It will
over
add proof of
again.
concept. You get more confident.
Over and over.
You can operate with more clarity because you have so much proof of concept because you're just doing it over and over. But yeah, I do the same thing. But I will say, as for an order flow trader, it gets more difficult because we're looking at order flow, and during rollover, it's very split. You're gonna get volume in this contract, volume in the next, so it's a lot
Come
less
on.
reliable. Something to be
Are you
aware
gonna
of
give it to
for
me?
sure. Why were you short when the chart looks so strong? I mean, chart looks strong to some, but I think this is where order flow traders get on their soapbox and they try to tell you that you're doing it all wrong because yes, on a bear chart, it does look strong, but where price should have held for price action, looking at order flow, I did not see buyer strength. I saw seller strength. And as price kept bumping against that wall on the downside, the buying actually started to step off. So the only question is, all right, well, they're supposed to hold here for the sake of price action, for market structure. What would it mean if they don't hold? It means it probably breaks. And now all I need to see is, if the order flow is going to tell me, is this likely going to break? I thought it was. I only got 3 lots in because it broke so strongly. I wanted to get at least like 6 on that. But it broke and it ran because it broke. And even with those extra 2 lots, I was lucky to get filled on those. I had them placed where the break was. Came back, tapped it, and went. But yeah, the chart can look this way or that way. But if the order flow is telling me something at a key spot, what was the worst that was going to happen? I'd take like a 10-point stop, maybe, for what became 100 points, 120. I don't even know what it was. Doesn't even matter. But that's why, for whoever asked if I'm trading Heikin-Ashi candles, how do I do it? I don't. I trade the order flow. The candles clean the price action up. So where I got short, the overnight high, this should have held. Let's talk price action. This should have held because they came up, they tried again on the upside at the highs and they failed it. That's a lower high. If you have a lower high and you cannot hold that prior swing, what does that mean? It's probably going to crack. So it literally sweeps the low, it comes back up, and it tries to bid the spot. And here, let me just blow up this. You can see the price does go up. In the order flow here, the buying tapers. So as it's moving up, how come they're not willing to buy this anymore? That's interesting. Let's see what happens when it comes back. Do they just want to buy it lower? Well, it turns out selling is still really interested, and they weren't that willing to buy this. And if they're not going to buy this, where is it going to go? To the next node, which is down here. So I scaled out 2 in this next area because, well, this can really hold. And I held a runner for what became a VWAP. But that's how I framed it. Um, Another thing is, in some views, you can say market was really strong. If anyone's looking at a 15-minute chart, tell me what that last candle looks like. You shouldn't see one of those. If price were to continue through resistance and print one of those candles, what is likely to happen? Not what's guaranteed to happen, but what's likely to happen. So that already kind of changes things for me. I'm already looking like, they could crack the swing. High time frame. Where did they go into when they failed? Low volume. They have to get through this whole thing. And they need to show interest to get to this whole thing to get to the 860s, 870s, 900s. Well, what they show me? They show me a wick. There are a lot of factors. So I think if you zoomed out, you might have gotten a bit of a different picture to frame a bit of a different trade. Hope that makes sense for you guys.
Over and over again. Are you guys too young for that song?
What was my invalidation? Probably, I think it was probably like 10 points up because it showed me that there wasn't that much willingness to bid that range. That's why I put my stop there. It wasn't at the high, it wasn't at a swing. But to me, if price comes back and then the market does show a willingness, get me the hell out. I'm not concerned about it sweeping and coming back and I got ticked out and it goes without me. I want my chips off because I could just get back in anyway.
We need semis to bounce here. So I got long. I really like this area. I had 66.93 in my morning plan. We have a divergence here between ES and NQ. We're back into that 60-40, 60-50. So what I need to see here for us to break lower, I need to see some acceptance and then move lower. So until that happens, I still like this for a long. But if it does not work, then I'll just wait for a lower level like the 500 if we are to move significantly lower. But we'll see. Maybe we start to be range bound now because of OPEX next week. But I am looking for a higher low against against the overnight low. And unless prior day low fails, then I'm in a neutral to bullish camp. That means we can, I can get stopped out here and then go to prior day low, which is fine to me. So we'll see if it works or not. After my 4 TP gets hit, trail to break even, I gotta move my stop to break even based on my own rules, my friend.
This looks like a higher low, maybe, huh?
Yeah, we also have VIX expiration before the open on Wednesday. Oh, so it's gonna be super choppy, huh? But
Well, we do have an X factor in the markets. It is the president. So for some time, everyone might anticipate chop, VIX doing this and that, and he might just decide, you know what? I'm feeling like this today, and the market responds. It's crazy. Yeah, Alex, it's a pretty good idea. Where they were trading higher, they're doing it because there's interest building. So why is it that as they popped up, like maybe to the middle of that range, there's no more interest on the buy side? If that's the case, well, they're gonna probably go test another range, which was this downside range here. It's where they came from, really.
over and over again. Looks like it's gonna be choppy. Stocks are pretty, if we get the financials and the industrials to bounce, they're pretty oversold. But maybe industrials want to hit the 200 MA.
This is interesting. I'm an ICT trader looking to add order flow or OnlyFans, whichever it might be. I watch a lot of educators such as Fabio, Andrea, etc. But the way he teaches another level. I appreciate that. Um, Tinfoil hat, maybe. Maybe people get mad at me for saying this, but I think it's easier to teach things when you're not trying to funnel them somewhere. They do have a funnel. So I think there are certain things that they want to keep behind the wall that the funnel leads to. I don't know. Don't want to be presumptuous, but here I am being slightly presumptuous. I don't think order flow has to be so complicating. I try my best. I think it's the verbiage that makes it really complicating, but I try my best. It does get really weird. I remember very vividly when I first discovered order flow, I was like, what the hell is all this? Doesn't even look, there are no candlesticks. What are we looking at? But they are good traders. I mean, I think that's like something you can't even doubt at this point. I mean, he is a Robbins Cup champion or something like that. They are very, very good traders. What does trading mean for me? It means when I'm not on the charts, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, Italian guy, it's very true. And I do think teaching helps you to get better at things as well. Like drives it in. It's like reinforcement. So
All right, the IB is set. Um, we're right under that 50% for NQ. Let's see if we can bounce up and reclaim that. We are below the daily 9MA in both ES and NQ. But I'm still looking for that higher low.
Brian, I want to say to you personally, B. Stafford, you have been a huge supporter of mine for a long time. So I appreciate that. I'm glad that I've given you value through the years in OFL. And yeah, I do what I can. Hello, I wouldn't say I'm absolutely free. Um, I don't charge anything, but I do have a code with Lucid. So if you guys are using it, I appreciate you. That's all I'm not going to charge you guys for anything, but if you want to support, put money in my pocket for some reason, use the code.
I want money in my pocket.
Me too.
What do I need to do?
You want money in your pocket? Use code XYZ at Lucid and you will not fail any accounts. Adam, you like the DEI Friday combo?
I actually got 5 Lucid account, guys, testing out a strategy. XY convinced me. They said they're the best. I said, well,
They're
I
the
need to go
best.
with the best.
Literally the best. Charles, thank you.
I don't want to lose an account, so I went with Lucid. You know?
It's a no-brainer.
Wait, who made that comment? When it's analytical? Oh, Adam, thanks. Which one's the most
Oh,
handsome, though? Come on.
Fractal. So that's interesting. Fractal, you're telling me that his early stuff, he was using the DOM and the volume profile, but now he's watered it down to little bubbles to sell a platform? Is that what you're insinuating here? Because like I said, he's very clearly an S tier trader. Very clearly. But,
Who?
I don't know if it's just bubbles and gut feels. Because the content makes it look like, oh, I told you this would happen, Like, I don't know, man. I think he's
Hindsight
probably,
trader?
huh?
Hindsight trader?
No, he's actually a legit trader. But, you have
Oh,
highlight clips on YouTube of you like doing podcasts or like you're live trading and you'll call something out and then it happens and then there's this like a dramatic slow-mo pause or something. But I would have expected that, yeah, he definitely uses a dominant volume profile, but it's just bubbles. But
Yo,
Fractal said that.
who was asking about that 6693 area? Look exactly where we bounced from. Look at that. Beautiful.
Dude, I think I just bottom ticked that runner.
Okay.
I'm glad, no.
So I hit 1R on this trade. I said I was gonna buy it, I bought it. Uh, but I was looking for 1.5R, so maybe that wasn't smart.
It ain't over yet. They're probably gonna retest this range, the 80s, 70s, hold it, and continue. Have you taken any profits off?
No.
Ooh, I hope you
I don't
get to.
usually take, I mean, at 1R, it's very rare. I usually go for like 1.4. But look at that. But see, the way I see it, guys, is if it only hits 1R and it comes back down to stop me out, then it was not going to trend in my direction. Regardless if I was in profit, 1R is not where I take my partials. I would say 90% of the time I do not take partials there. And if 1R hits and it retraces, then there's no trend that's developing. And therefore, the move that I'm trying to be in will not happen. And if that's the case, then I did what I had to do, but the market did not produce that trend. And I'm okay with that, right? Like you just have to be okay with that. You're looking for a certain move. It doesn't happen. Who cares if you're, at least for me, if you're partially in profit? I want to be in trends. 1R and then coming back down does not phase me because that just means the trend didn't manifest. And then okay, then I look for my next spot.
Yeah, as a scalper, more of a scalper than Chris, I get lucky on those things because, like he said, inevitably you do find out like you were just on the wrong side. It wasn't your trade. You weren't supposed to get
Yeah,
rewarded for it, but
you just
because I'm
have
a
to be okay
scalper,
with that.
I'll peel off and I get rewarded on being on the wrong side, and it's just lucky. But what he says is true. It's ultimately, hey, look, you had MFE, you had this and this, but if you're on the wrong side, you're on the wrong side. Sometimes it'd be like that. No one's got a crystal ball.
So then you guys see me here. It looks like I'm gonna get stopped out. It's fine to me, right? Because what I'm looking at is I'm looking at a location, which is the 60, 640, 60, 650s. And I'm looking for a trend away from that. Like in my earlier trade when I joined the stream, I caught the long from here to here. I made 2R on the total trade. So if I lose here at minus 1R, then I'm up 1R for the day, right? So we're back to the zone. We formed my setup. I'm looking for a trend higher again. If it doesn't happen, then price will then now, to me, that's confirming that it wants to move lower. And guess what? I will show up at that next level of support that I like in order to buy that again based on my plan, right? But and there's no emotions. You can't be emotional if you were up profit and then you say, oh, I should have taken partials. No, you should take partials based on your rules. And 1R is not my rule. Maybe in very choppy tape, but we don't have confirmation of a choppy tape yet. So until we do that, you just have to be okay with it and not have your emotions flare up, not overtrade because, oh man, you should have taken partials. Or it comes back down to your entry now. And you said, well, I didn't take partials, so then I'm going to close it at break even. But that's not consistent rule application of your rules. You're just trading your emotions at that point.
No one's better at playing with your emotions than the market.
You just have to let the trade play out, win or lose.
Composite. Composite, thank you. Thank you very much. If that's true. I'm sorry, but also thank you. Jacob Brooks. It's rookie numbers. Add some zeros behind. For buyers to get back and through the auction at the top, they have to build volume above that range. I think I can maybe let's see if I can simplify this. So we had essentially like two ranges in the day. Volume profile wouldn't really say that right now because, things have developed. But let's say we had this node here earlier and then this range, which was a node before they started filling it. If the market builds this range and then it ramps up, now we can understand there's pretty good buying interest in this range. You go up, they're building a new range, good buy interest in this range. And until it wasn't that much buy interest anymore. So the market has one job. It's to find the counterparty. It's not to destroy your trade. It's not to do this or that. It's to find the counterparty to do business, to have successful auctions. So as there was a good range up here, if one party, buy side, is no longer willing to show interest, the market has made a decision. They're going to make another one, which is, all right, well, looks like this auction's done. They're not really trying to buy this. Where do we know has buyers? That prior auction. Where'd they go? Down there to kind of see, to facilitate the trade for the sell side, matching them with buyers. And they get to the edge of this where there was little sell interest before. It shows the same thing. Decision made. We still do not want to sell down here. I'm like, okay, go back. Where are they going to go to? Where they had buy interest prior. Go up there. Still, it's not that much interest. Well, we got to go find buyers. Where are they? Right here again. So they're here again. So I kind of frame every move, every potential thesis, every potential, like, all right, if they're going to choose this decision here, where's likely going to be the next decision spot, and what does the decision need to look like? So that was pretty much that whole idea of, hey, do you need buyers to get through the auction? Absolutely. You need, if you're going upside, if you want to get through any auction, you need more buying interest than sell interest, because unless that's the case, they'll just trade there all day. They're happy there. Both sides are like, yeah, I want to buy here. And they're like, well, I'll sell it to you. And they're like, okay. It's not until the sell side decides, I don't really want to sell at these prices anymore, or I don't have any left to sell, but the market still wants to buy. So it's like, all right, well, if we still need, buy side orders to fill, we need to go higher. We need to go find new sellers. I hope that makes sense, Alex. I know it's a mouthful, but that's my attempt at simplifying it, even though it took like 5 minutes.
All right, looks like I got stopped out on that trade idea. So I am down to 1R, positive 1R on the day. So I will wait to see if we come down to the next support area to look for a long.
So yeah, talking about volume, guys, this is a pretty big node. It's the biggest node of the day. It's the most important one right now for sure. And if a node is like this, there's a lot of buying and there's a lot of selling. If price is trading under it, there are a lot of offsides buyers right now. It's showing you in real time, like showing its hand. There's weakness in the market because as buying comes in, as it shows, a willingness to bid around the lows and it gets sold under, it's pretty much a matter of fact right now that the market right now has more sell interest than buy interest. They want to offer this market. They are doing so because they found a buyer they found buyers that were able to hold it. But what's happening now? It's not enough. The market has one job right now, and it's to find new buy interest that can match sell side. And it's going to keep going down until it finds that. Then at some point, maybe like early in the morning, you go down, you keep trading. They're building this node right here. What does it mean when they build a node? Two-way action, buying and selling. What happened early in the morning was they built this and then they lost it. They came all the way back into this main spot of auction where price pretty much finds happiness. So like, yeah, we're happy here. Buyers are happy. Sellers are happy. And because there are stuck sellers now, they get ran up against. And if they can trade the other side of the auction, and they blow through, they have to get out. The seller's going to get out of the trade, right? So that's the idea of auction market theory. So right now, the truth in the market is interest is now building lower. They haven't built above this node. They haven't lost this node yet. It is safest to assume that they will continue to build this range and likely build lower and lower and lower until they lose a node on the other side. Don't be predictive, be reactive, which means wait for them to actually lose one. Don't watch a no building like this and it's like, oh, I think this is going to be the failed low. Well, let it be a failed low. Let it trade back into the main distribution and call it a failed low. Get in at the edge and call it a trade. It's that simple.
Is there any place I'm willing to sell? Uh, I'm usually only interested in shorting if into resistance or into an acceptance of support. So that would mean like I should have been shorting 800, but I was not looking to short that. The next short would be if we form acceptance at prior day low. Because I still see this as all being range bound until we lose prior day low. Yeah, but if you're short from up there, it's just write it. We have a 580s area here in NQ that's coming up to get tested. 580s was yesterday's morning support that we lost into 30 minutes before the close. And then we reclaimed that last night around 6, or this morning around 6 a.m., 3 a.m. Pacific time, and we rallied.
Is this a dumb short? I don't know. It depends on a lot of things. It really does. What's your risk on it is always the most important thing. And what is it? Like if you're shorting here, like you're shorting the lows, yeah. But if the idea is like, okay, well, we're building interest lower now, I think that upside is going to become completely trapped, and this is going to be a liquidating market, and the risk is X amount. I'm going to take it off if this volume node fails. I don't think it's so bad. Yeah, people will laugh at you and say, you're shorting the low, you're an idiot. But hey, you're just following the market, you're following the order flow. You're understanding that there's interest building, and you think interest will continue to build lower versus just reverse. And if it does lose its node, you get out of the trade. No harm, no foul. So it is what it is. I think that's fine. So it really depends on a lot of things. What's your framework? Like I said, guys, they're big show of hands trading under this volume here. The main node of the day that's been holding price. Why is the market trading under it? And not only why is it trading under it, why is it building interest now? Sellers are willing to step down. Earlier, they were not. Here, here, and here. They were not willing to step down. All of a sudden, this bounce goes nowhere. And anyone who's still interested in selling, they're probably looking at it going, holy shit, if I want to sell this, I'm not allowed, I can't get these opportunities to sell higher anymore. I got to sell it now. Urgency comes in, urgency to sell, and this is what you get. It's two things, urgency to sell and a lack of a willingness to buy. It's pretty weak. I mean, what was the order flow like? Weak. Yeah, no buyers. So you follow the market like an auction. It could be so simple. It doesn't have to be the market. It could be, think of cars. You're auctioning a car, and these are the prices. This is the volume at each price the car auctions for in a year span, whatever. It's the same thing. We're just attaching it to a market. Do you have any suggestion how to manage day with trades? Because my strategy is based on footprint, and I always have good trades, and I wanted to know when to left the game day. So I'm assuming you're asking when to just get out of the market. I think it all begins of asking yourself honestly why you are trading. For me, it's easier to do so because I'm not trading to make all the money available in the market until it's closed. I'm trading so that I can do other things with my time. If that's the priority, if I'm spending more time in the market, I'm just a slave to the charts. What's the difference? Everyone's always saying, oh, trading freedom, trading freedom. But if you're a slave to the charts, that's not the case. You just got a new job. It's more stressful too. good luck. So that's my thought. I'm here to make enough to do what I want and live how I want. And if that parameter is fulfilled, especially if it's a shorter time duration, I'm happy. Don't need to make every dollar extract points from every market wiggle. At what point you started to see those buyers show up? Yeah, the buyers are in the volume. If you see volume building, there's two sides, buying and selling. It's as simple as, hey, if now price trades above it, buyers are stronger there. If price trades below it, sellers are stronger there. That's all. That's all it needs to be said. Doesn't need to be more convoluted than that. Yeah, so now we're trading towards low volume. Low volume, which means this holds because there's not enough sell interest. What happens then if you start to trade into low volume and it builds volume? That means now there is interest. That's what's going to drive price. So the only thing left to see is in these ranges, 540s, 30s, 20s, do they build volume? Because if they do, they're showing a willingness to actually try to get through this range. But that's the if, right? Let the market tell you. Don't try to predict it. Just let it tell you. Yeah, thanks, Nick. Volume profile set at. This is just RTH only right here that you're seeing.
We're close to prior day low. Maybe it tags it.
It would not be unreasonable for them to hold this because it is low volume. They'll have to convince the sellers that it's worth selling. All you gotta do is wait for it, chat. Let them make their choice. Thanks, Larry. Depends who you ask. If you ask Nick, I'm an idiot. I mainly trade reversals. No, I don't. Uh, could you even call that reversal? Well, when someone says they trade reversal, you think like they're trying to nab lows and highs, which is not really what I try to do. I just try to get like in line with where the market's going, just get on sides. So no, I actually wouldn't say I'm just a reversal trader. I'll buy highs and sell lows. I will. Crayon lines, I appreciate that. Thank you. Would you say your execution is what makes the big difference? Yes. I think everyone's execution is their difference maker because that's
Always
where your risk
execution.
lies. And if you can manage your risk, that is the difference maker. I cannot stress it enough. How much of a difference maker focusing on risk is. I cannot stress that enough. Even my latest video
66.82.
touches on that.
Where's Rakesh?
Rakesh. Well, the market's
Oh,
moving lower
Rakesh.
right
Oh, there
now.
you go. Is that him? Rakesh Patel?
Oh, of course he's saying time to buy, but gold today. Wow, gold's
Oh,
high
damn.
looks
Gold's
terrible.
hurting. Gold is hurting.
He said time to buy. I mean, it's a swing, I guess, yeah. High time frame swing. Reasonable. Rakesh, good morning. Thank you for hanging out. Over or under $50,000 profit today for you. What's at the bottom of my chart? Just tape reader. It's free. Orderflowlabs.com.
Over and over again.
Pogiest, I want to, because they're easier to do than the long form, and spitting out thoughts from my brain, making it cohesive, all that stuff. It takes hours. I don't know if that's normal, but for me, one video takes hours. So yeah, I just don't have the time to be pumping them out like that. And when I do, it's like, all right, well, let's see like how it does. Does it garner interest? And yeah, because I'm spending a lot of time on them. And then if I'm doing that and the short form stuff with the music, it's like now I'm spending more time. It's difficult. It is difficult. There's like massive selling down here. Now all you got to see is do they get what they want? But they are definitely showing sell interest. Moved away from the 9 quite a bit too. From here, retracement to the 9 is, I would say, it's more likely than more than 50% likely.
Oh,
Retest to
I don't like
9,
that
see if they
there.
want to go.
Move, move.
These
Next time, move
15-minute
it.
bars are brutal. Chun Ming, thank you. I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
We're coming for that Pride Day low.
Sovereign Pulse, thank you.
We're almost there.
Yeah, they're angry down here. I mean, you guys can see this delta. They're selling the hell out of this. 50% up. 50% is right here. Pretty close. We're looking at 514s. 50% extension, IB. Very reactive. Keep an eye. Yeah, gluten. I've been trying to get Chris to stop gatekeeping, but he said
Keeping
Chris
what?
hiding his dom from everyone. He's gatekeeping the sauce. Yeah, honestly, he's got some, he's not all you guys think he is, man. He's an order flow trader, but he just won't want it. He just gatekeeps it.
Oh yeah. Give me that order flow.
Spoken like a true order flow trader. Oh yeah. Look at that order flow. 1 2 1 2 2 2
Look at
3
those
1
one
2.
twos, one twos. Yeah, just playing tag with each other. What's my plan for Pride Day low? Well, that would be for me the last area where price can create a higher low against the overnight low. Doesn't mean I'm buying it. You know, my setup would have to form, but it's only when we fail to hold the prior day low that we have more confirmation that we're going for new lows, right? So we need some acceptance into this 500 prior day low area, 668 prior day low area for ES. If we can get that, then there's confirmation there that and we break lower and we see follow through that we want to make new lows. But until that happens, this interaction at the zone is what's important.
Do I think we can get to 24,400 overnight low? Yeah, I do think so. If we get below prior day low and they just keep holding it, yeah. Um, you don't even have to look at it from like an MGI levels perspective. Look at the volume. What has happened when they left all this buying behind? I said the threat was that, there's so much buying here, they're going to be pretty much like exploited as weak inventory, potential weak hands. Because where is that really? It's up here, right? This is new buying. Look at where the market has gone. This is new buying. Those are the ones that's hard to trust. So if they get traded against, you see the build then. All right, interest. Did it go back? No, it built lower. Did it go back? No, it's building lower. Is it going to go back? What's likely and what's not?
So that IB strat that I'm trading with the Lucid accounts, it it
But
didn't
yeah,
form
are
the
you willing to give
setup.
that strat away? Are you willing to drop some sauce right now, or
Not yet until like I'm testing the live market right now, but
so
it
not
didn't
until
set
you've
up.
made like 5 million with it? Got it. Okay.
It did not. It's having the move that it's expected, but there was the entry rule was not met. I'm trying to be very systematic about it, so it's like repeatable through time without discretion. We just had no. I mean, I'm using the 9MA strat setup that you guys see me trade. There was no 9MA higher low here to take. Like pull back into the 9MA to create the higher low. We instead went through the 9MA and closed at the lows. That invalidates the entry setup. We're still getting that move based on the overall idea of the strategy that I've created, but no entry. And when you create a really systematic strategy, there's no, oh, I'm getting in because it's going lower. Oh no, this is going lower. There's no discretionary decisions. You just have to be as systematic as possible. So it's a bummer.
This is like 100 points away from the nine. Oh, it just closed. So we're like 70 away, 80 away, which is pretty
Thanks,
extended.
Tim.
Market is pretty due for a pullback.
Hey, thanks, Paulo. That was a good interview. I have three with them now. The first one's probably the best. The second one is like chart analysis. Are we shorting a bounce, guys? Look, that's so weak. What's breaking here?
I would say shorts down here are very, very, very scary. I would not even try it because we're so far from the nine. Of course, I mean, you guys see the market, the tape, it's very, very negative. But when price is this far from the nine, I would not advise it. I don't care if this thing drops another 600 points right now without touching the nine. It is a very dangerous game playing this far away from the nine. I only use a 5 minute nine EMA. The only EMAs I have are a 9 and a 20 on a 5 minute. And the best squiggly line is the VWAP. So those are my three squiggly lines.
I'm interested in shorting a bounce. I think the
Did I see your
SPYs and
last
Qs
question?
went to 200 MA.
See ya, Alex. Thanks for hanging out. What was your last question? Reload bit. Sorry, I think I missed it. What are my rules around the nine? If I'm trying to get with market direction, do it as close to the nine as possible. If I see a sloping EMA, just wait for the market to come back. So find the algo. It's as simple as this. I at some point noticed that price trades around the nine very often. It comes back to it. It finds its way back. It's just like a magnet. And if that's what I think, and the market's moving and I'm trying to find my way into that direction, if the fact of the matter is price always finds its way back to the nine, or the nine catches up to price, either way, price and the nine, they meet. Then why don't I just wait for that instead of getting ahead of the nine, losing money before it finally happens, and then getting alongside the market? Why not just wait? So that's my thing. Or if the market's drifting way too far from the nine, I a lot of the times will actually take a reverse trade back towards the nine because now I feel like I have a large runway. If there are big imbalances on the way down, very dramatic move. I'll take that trade back to the 9, counter trend. But right now, with this tape, with how angry it is, they haven't really lost anything. They're still building volume lower. They're getting what they want on the sell side. So both things are off the table for me,
The
at
9 MA
least.
is the best moving average. Well, I would say for momentum, it's the best moving average. The 20 MA or 20 EMA is the best trend filter for the markets. But the 9 is the way market moves in a trend sequence. It respects the 9 extremely well. That's why that's a really good indicator, because the lower lows, lower highs that you see where price moves down and then bounces, retraces, it's into the 9 MA. Go back and study that. That's the 9, 10, it's the same thing, but that's the best moving average for momentum moves. And then the 20 EMA is the trend filter. Bullish above, bearish below.
Reload bid. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. I need your advice. I keep limit ordering with a 10-point stop, and I'm getting stopped so fast, even though I'm right. There's a reason I'm never concerned about being right or wrong in the market, because the market doesn't care. It's whether or not I'm getting paid. That's what's really important. I get paid all the time being on the wrong side, and I lose money all the time being on the right side. The thing is, the market doesn't really care about how many points your stop is. Right now, I'm looking at a 25 ATR on a 1 minute basis. 1 minute of trade can provide a 26-point range. If you're risking 10, you better be at the bottom of that range. There's no guarantee that we could even be at the bottom of that range, right? 10-point risk in a 1 minute 25 ATR. Oh man, you better be a surgeon, right? Even
Yeah.
if you're right, you better be a surgeon, because this thing's moving almost a 30-point range every minute. So something to consider. Um, don't place your stop based on points. Place it where the idea is invalidated, or where, hey, if this trades now, just take my chips off. Even if I'm right, I don't want to hold on to it. If it continues, I could just get back in, or vice versa, right? I think that's the best advice I can give you. It's The market is not looking at points. The market's just dealing, and the volume profile, the structure of the market is showing you dealing ranges. So if 1 minute candle can have like a 25-point range, and you're only willing to risk like 30% of a 1 minute candle, that's kind of aggressive, right? I mean, thinking about it that way, that's a little crazy. So if you want to be very, very surgical, understand that yes, you're dealing in a 25-point 1 minute range. You want a 10-point stop? Oh, you better figure that out. Get very greedy with your entries. Make it make sense. What kind of range are we seeing in the current minute, right? And where do you need to be for that ATR to not have expanded on you and to get you? Also, guys, I don't know if you know this, but I do have a playbook. It's free. Just go on my Twitter, click the link. My playbook is in there. I outline my use case for the 9 EMAs, or for all the EMAs, how I play around the EMAs. It's literally a playbook of the things that I'm doing. Hello, Rakesh, back in with the buy now. Guys, I don't know if you know, but Rakesh is the GOAT. So maybe instead of listening to me, you should go ahead and buy something, whatever he's telling you to buy.
I would like to further bounce.
DJ Jasmine, I appreciate that. Lucky for everybody, I'm too lazy to write a book or make a course, so it's all free. My laziness has resulted in absolutely free education. How nice. Yes, Rakesh is my quant, because he seemingly doesn't miss. Unless he's lying, which people would never do, right?
We like this area. Rakesh likes it, huh? We are at 500 zone.
Rakesh said I should buy a Chevy Bolt. Well, he's good at trading. I don't know if he's good at choosing cars, but he's good at trading. How many bars? Look back. 10 bars. Buy you. Also, buy you. I saw your comment on my video. I very much appreciate that remark. Percent free throw line. By the way, did you guys see that that Bam out of bio 83? Hey, I got some thoughts about that, huh? Talk about free throw line. Yeah, Rakesh should be called Rakash.
I
That's sick.
mean,
When
we are
indicator
going
tells you
up
the
since he said Rakesh was buying.
well, I mean, it's buying. It's only going up because he's buying, I think. I mean, this guy's trading like a million lots. Finally moving back to the nine. See, these are the moments you guys can see volume builds, builds, builds. It finally starts trading above it, right? And then it goes to the nine. So there are confirmations that you guys can have, in many, many inputs, many ways. But say you're chasing price down and you sold away from the nine, and what's the market doing? It's going all the way back to the nine, and then you can make your choice there. Yeah, go birds too. That Max Crosby stuff is crazy, huh, guys? Yeah, for anyone that's keeping up with football, insane. Thanks, Jims. Dude, you know what's funny? The real Morford. So one of the comments in the video. So he says someone needs to clone you voice with AI and turn your playbook and videos into a course. There was a comment that was like, it's very hard to listen to this because of the AI voice. I was like, well, damn. Thanks for calling me AI, but it's literally my voice. Some guy basically said, yeah, this video, I can't do it with the AI voice. I'm sorry. I'm just like, damn. Yeah, I was talking to my friend. I was like, it's probably just because I'm like monotone or something. But yeah, it is what it is. You got a question, Chris, in regards to MACD. So, Chris, what edge MACD gives you?
Well, I don't have MACD on my charts.
I think he's assuming that that's MACD down there.
It's RSI and then cumulative delta.
Cumulative delta order flow.
I'm proprietary order flow, guys.
Ah, yes, yes, order flow, yes.
I did used to look at MACD, but it's just, these oversold, overbought readings are good for divergences to spot them. That's as far as like I would look at it. Like I look at RSI pretty a lot with the setting of 5. And there's like the long I took this morning right before I got on the stream. We had put in a second lower low into the zone that I wanted, and then RSI had a divergence against that low. So that's where you guys saw my long entry here on the reclaim and capture that move. So I do look at RSI. I would say that's part of my toolbox. This reversal here is probably into 1R. Yeah, 1.2R. So if you took this bounce, great for you.
I think that maybe that's more of a Chris question. I don't really. So if I am trading a breakout, which is very uncommon for me, My stop would be under where urgency comes in. Urgency is the order flow that creates the break. I don't want to see price under there. But then it's really a tight stop. You know, they could retest and go lower for a little bit. So that's why I don't really trade breakouts. So your question is essentially saying you have no idea how to trade a breakout, where to put your risk, which could be one of those things where it's like, just don't do it then. There are a million trade setups. Why chase breakouts? Things get retested commonly. Why not just turn it into, instead of chasing breakouts, just wait for a retest? Breakout retest is the best, I think, is the best thing to do no matter what. Order flow has its versions of breakout retest. Everything, blah, 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 ICT, they'll rename it. Everything's a breakout retest. Just wait for the retest. That's my advice.
Uh, so what am I waiting for now? Will I have another operation kidney wise? Hopefully not for a long time. Healthy now, but yeah, later in life I can probably possibly go through another one. So the green and red is not MACD. No, the green and red is a EMA cloud. It's shaded between the 20 and the 50 EMA. How did you set the red and green area between the MAs? It's an indicator that I created with Ninja. I'm sure if you reach out to them, trade to sell, they'll share
Free?
the EMA cloud indicator.
Is it free?
Yeah. Is this starting to look like your setup? Yeah, my setup triggered already. We had a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and then reversal off that 500 zone. I skipped it though, thinking that I'm interested now in shorting a bounce, but big move. Yeah, Larry, already formed. I hope so. I mean, they're working on artificial kidneys.
You're
Maybe
working
in
on what?
artificial kidneys. But I don't know if maybe in 50, 80 years that becomes a reality.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Technology moves so fast.
I
10
know.
years ago, like the tech from 10 years ago, especially like sports med even. Holy shit, it's so different. I
Kidneys
mean,
are just a filtration system.
we've got guys playing for longer, and dude, we've got guys like Jason Tatum came back. He just tore his Achilles last season, like late season. He's already playing again. Like that's something that you could never fathom even like 3 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, that's insane. It's insane. You know, not too long ago, you tear an Achilles, it's already like, oh, he's missing the entire next season. That's not even a question. It's a question of how much longer than that is he missing. And then the second one is, will they ever be the same? It's probably not. And then sports med year after year, it just gets so much better that now it's like, oh, tore his Achilles. Oh yeah, he'll be back at some point. It's insane.
Yeah, this reversal hit 1.3 R, enough to partial out.
Peptides.
But if we reject from here and start to consolidate, form some acceptance at prior day low, then that becomes a good short setup. You know, somebody was talking about breakouts or breakdowns. I trade those, but you have to be very specific about those. A lot of people see, oh, we're breaking above a swing high. That's a breakout. No, no, no. You want to participate in breakouts or breakdowns that have sustainable moves behind them. And that only happens when we form acceptance at a key area. If you're trading something that's not that, then it's more likely to fail. And that's why there's a lot of comments on breakouts failing all the time. Well, you're not applying a set of rules that help you define an area where a breakout will most likely succeed. And until that happens, those breakouts you take will fail. I mean, you guys see me talk about wedges and take those wedge trades because that becomes acceptance of a key level. And it's only through that there's enough contraction to generate a new trend.
There goes the 9 EMA finding sellers. So they traded up to so far the 70s, like 570s. But the selling started to come in the 550s, 556s and below. As long as they're gonna keep trading under the 550s, it's pretty strong. But that is a concentration of sell sitting there in the 550s. So if price does begin to trade above 550s, I'm not sure the 9 holds, but it's looking pretty okay.
Yeah, if we form a wedge here, I'm interested in taking that. There's an aggressive trade that could be a short here, but Larry, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Thank you. I know you want something in return.
Larry, yeah, his ask is you live stream forever.
Copy trade his account. That's hilarious.
Yeah, but Jeff, even Adrian Peterson, I mean, that was ages ago. And it's a whole different sport too. Like that's insane. Even for that time, that was actually insane. Even if he was young. Would I be interested in 24 460? Well, I'm not taking any more trades. That was a good enough trade for me. Um, if I were still trading, I would have offered the 9, the 550s as soon as the selling comes in because my thought is selling has appeared at the 9. It's a pretty slope 9. We're trending down the day. Get in with the selling. If the selling doesn't get what they want, you're out in like 10, 12 points. Wrong. It's fine. But if you're right, you're going back to the lows. So I would have offered the 9, but I'm cool. Any tips to getting over hesitation to enter? Drill down, nail down your edge. I think a lot of people think things are a discipline mindset problem when it is actually an edge problem. You don't have a true edge. And it's not to say, oh, the strategy doesn't work. The edge is also in the operator. If the strategy works, you should believe in it. How do you believe in the strategy? You keep doing it. Stop doing the other stuff. Do the strategy. That's how you build proof of concept. Proof of concept leads to confidence. Confidence leads to execution. But the not doing the other stuff part, that's the hard part, right? Shorting the touch and pause at the 9 is money. So composite traders making money. Okay. No need to reset accounts today, huh, baby? Yeah, Shuhan. That's why I'm done. It's not for me. Like you guys can have it, everyone else can have it because every time I'm happy with where I am, then I keep trading. One of 3 things. I lose it all. I give all the profits back. I actually go red, or I've traded another hour or 2 and made incrementally more. All
Yeah.
3 outcomes make 0 sense. And eventually I got so sick of it, just being an idiot. And I was like, you know what, forget it. What am I even trying to get more money for anyway? Like, there's so many trading days. Every day is a freaking trading day. What's the hurry?
Good question here. How do you identify fake breakouts? Well, for me, because I set a rule on what I want to see, anything that doesn't meet those requirements can be a fake breakout. So I'm not focusing too much on how to spot a fake breakout. I'm focusing on, well, if it doesn't meet my rules, there's a higher probability of it being a fake breakout. And therefore, I don't want to participate in that structure or setup. So I'm not, unless you create an objective of saying, I want to short fake breakouts, then you focus on identifying those, right? To me, that is my 9 minute reversal setup. So I sort of already focused on that, but it's just about understanding what you want to focus on as a trader and then spend your time there. Like a really easy one is if you have a super extended move from somewhere, let's say from here to here, and the breakout area of like a swing low is here, right? And you're saying, oh, this is a breakdown of this low right here. Well, there's a higher probability that because the move is so extended already from up here, that this is going to bounce and trigger a failed breakdown. So because of that, I'm not going to short this break below this last low because you're already 85% of the move is done already, right? So if that's the case, then that's to me that's an easier way to spot what could be a potential fake breakdown because the move inside into that swing area is already extended. How much is left in the bone? On the bone. All right, I don't think we're going to get the wedge structure here that I'm looking for to engage on the short. I was looking at an aggressive short here, but I took that off. I just didn't want to be aggressive in my idea. But if we're getting lower now, no wedge setup for me to participate on this unless we hold here and bounce. You can get that on Ninja. Reach out to Ninja, or maybe they can post a link here, but that's available to everybody. It's a good indicator to have.
Reload bid. I'm sorry, you cannot. If I let one person send me stuff on Discord, which people are already sending me all kinds of stuff on Discord, everyone is gonna do it. Now I have a free coaching mentorship, takes my time up service, and that can't happen. If you want, you can share it for the class. We'll do it live on stream.
What's Rakesh doing here?
Yeah, Rakesh, where you at? Did
Yeah,
you
no
TP?
wedge setup here for me, guys.
Jay Black Mountain says, I nailed that short. Let's go. 90 EMA? Dude, hey. I got a tip jar. Send me some money, Venmo. Composite trader, you're basically rich by now. Venmo. Yeah, if you guys want to see like how I use the 90 EMA, just go to my playbook. I do spend like a whole page on that. Rakesh, they need to know what they should do right now.
Guys, in the meantime, let's get those likes up. There's 1,200 of you here, 370 likes. Don't forget to like the stream, support the network. You know, somebody said here, I can't believe I'm getting so much value from two good-looking guys for free.
Who said
Listen,
that?
somebody said that. I promise.
Chris is
But
making stuff up.
like and support the network so they can keep us around.
Daniel Nguyen, fellow Vietnamese. Go, just go to my Twitter profile. The link is in there. Yeah, composite trader. Do you think I have enough money to even have a boat? It's rich people shit.
Yeah, so let's support the network, guys. Get those likes up. Subscribe. 194,000 subscribers. If you're new, tell your friends, tell your family.
Jim said if we get enough likes, he'll let me out for the weekend.
There you go. We got a good, nice jump.
Hey, nice and loud down there.
Wow. That's funny. They'll share the link. If somebody in production can share the link for the position tracker or Google it. You know, you can Google a lot of
It's
things.
literally
You'd be
called
surprised.
position tracker, yeah.
Yeah, Google can get you a lot of to a lot of places.
They actually created it for the stream so that you guys can see our positions and stuff more easily.
Yeah, we're the support the DEI group here, or else they'll let us go.
Jeff says good echo effect. Well, there's going to be an echo when it's like 4,000 square feet. This basement is about 4,000 square feet, guys. It's baller. Dio, what's up? You never know what you're going to get on the stream, guys. But that's the allure, isn't it?
Yeah, that aggressive trade hit 1.5 R. No wedge though, so I'm gonna have to continue to wait. You're the majority in California?
Do I have any videos on using settlement values as key? No. No, I don't. Because I don't use those. I'm a simple guy. Just tell me what we've done recently. Show me what has mattered to the market, and I'll just trade off of that.
We continue to hold this under this prior day low, though. We're going for new lows, so I'm interested in that move lower. I just need a wedge set up here to engage in that. The overnight low is at what, 400 or so?
400, I think. Yeah, even looks like ish. Maybe like
Yeah, I would
barely
love
under.
that move. But no setup here.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey guys,
Morning, gang.
What up?
how are
Hello,
you today?
hello. Good. How are you guys? How are you?
Good, good.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
You guys trading already?
Lumi, you've been trading gold?
No, I was short in oil.
Mm.
Oh, you're trading
I mean,
oil,
Yeah.
gold
huh?
just died.
Yeah, I shorted Asia. Where it was 7:30 p.m. yesterday. I guess we had some sort of news because I entered the trade at 7:30 and it's dropped pretty much immediately. So yeah, I shorted this move down
Everyone's
yesterday.
like playing over in oil these days. I haven't pulled up an oil chart for 2 years, 3 years almost.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad price action yesterday. I like this. And I was like, it's Friday. I normally don't perform well on Friday. I will short Asia. So yeah. And I shorted this move.
Well,
That's it.
I turned on the link and I heard Chris say the words, I'm thinking about it would be a really aggressive short here on ES as I'm literally pressing the sell button. And I was like, ah, boy.
Well, for my style, I know you're
No,
looking
for
at
anybody's
different
style.
things.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, they're probably gonna come get me.
I have some thoughts for that, Lemon. Okay, so since we are doing a sharing with the class execution chat, by the way, welcome Stowe and Lumi. I had a request if someone could send me their order fills executions on Discord for me to review. And I
Oh,
said, absolutely the hell not. Because if I open that door, everyone's going to do that. And now I do more work for nothing. So
did
I
you
said,
tell
look,
him
you
that
guys
I
share it with the
already?
class. We'll talk. You guys want to talk. You guys share it with the class. Walk up to the whiteboard. If you're old enough, you have a projector. You know. So this guy says, I shorted 778,
Okay.
729, and then 574. So 78. What is it? 729. I mean, 729 should have paid you unless it was, yeah, 729 is good short. And then
Is this guy just saying stuff to the tick? I'm gonna need to see a screenshot of this because it's pretty
five.
much
No,
just.
he says he hit DLL.
Oh,
So it's an
Oh,
issue. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm not reviewing no trades that were winners.
okay.
And then 570. Wait, these look like good shorts. How'd you hit DLL? The first short, I can't say that's a good short because, well, there was no mark of a market turn yet. But what are you talking about? You hit DLL. Got stopped on all? These are like insane. Oh.
Is he talking about like to the? He shorted these on the way up, not on the way back down.
I think what's going on is, yeah, okay. He's sorting it to the low of that particular leg. He's shorting the low of that leg, and when it kind of bounces up to retest and fail, that bounce is what kills him.
Hmm.
So, I what I do to get on the trend is if you're looking for shorts, well, the first one, I mean, there wasn't really much that the market was saying that, hey, we're gonna go back. Honestly, they were still bidding that thing like crazy. It wasn't until they made that lower high and then failed that swing. But for the other shorts, this is what you can do very simply. If you're looking to get short like this in example, what I do is, okay, market's going down, market's going down. I want to see the counterparty first. The counterparty would be the buyers. Show me buying and get all that buying on the wrong side first. Then we'll talk. So what you did was you jumped in as it's still going, and when the buying came in, that was where your stop was. When you could have waited for the buying to come in, again, lose that next match, and then continue down. To get short again, wait for the buying to come in. They're probably going to lose that match again and get short against them again. So find that counterparty first to trade against. But I think what you're doing is you're getting in before the counterparty shows up, maybe for a bounce, for a rebid, whatever, blah, blah. Let that play out first. And then say, all right, well, they've tried to buy this range. Very clearly, I can see it. If the buying in this range won't work, they have to find a lower range. Then you can go ahead and get into those shorts as the buying gets set offsides. But what you're doing is you're getting shorts before buying even comes in. You have no frame of reference. Not yet. So I hope that makes sense.
It is much harder to short also. And I say that as someone who is in so much pain trying to figure this out this week. But yeah, kind of like speaking to what you said, XY, like I kind of did that. In all of my executions today, I was trying to get in long here, got stopped, and then flipped short, and then flipped long here at this 67.78, which is the spot I was watching. But one thing, I don't know if you guys have noticed this on the tape at all, XY specifically. Are you seeing the short covering nightmare that just like eventually peters out? Like we are in 2022.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because even the most recent 9 tests we all watched together on stream, because the 90 MA retest, you can see the buying go through and it peters out. And once the selling comes in right under it, price doesn't trade above it anymore.
Yeah.
I was saying, like, look, if you want to trade the 9, this is where the selling is. Make your choice, right? But if you see the selling here get traded against and they're moving up, I think the 9 is cooked. They're going to continue. Well, they didn't continue because the buying was like, that's about it.
Yep.
So it's probably just short covering, yeah. But
yeah, it's a good way. Like, I don't know. I had a good long here. I was very happy about it. But the speed at which that executed, and when I re-added on the second attempt, then like when you see the selling step into that, and especially if you're in a counter trend trade, which I have, I'm way down here in a VWAP band. This is a counter trend trade for me. I like you start to see that selling step in, and you're like, okay, maybe I should get on the team. So I flipped. I knew if this buying that was either covering or a buyer gave out right here, this was going to at least be a cascade. And so this is where I really pressed on 66.80. And then when Chris came in and said, this is really aggressive, I think it was right here when I had it. But now we're making new lows. And this is also an uncomfortable place for me to be because I'm like, now that I'm in this short, I would like someone to tell me when to leave. And I don't really have any reference for that right now. So.
Well, luckily for you, your co-host has not only a crystal ball, but she's got a direct line.
That's true. Lumi, can you call? Is it too early to call?
To them. I don't, hey.
I would like to sell over, guys, on looking for short on ES right now. Where's the target?
Where's my target? I don't know. It's like 10 points higher. So I don't know.
I would like to see 66.35 on ES.
That's cool.
Looking for the retracement back to weekly open. Also lines up with 50% of this move down. No, this move down. This one. So maybe 66.80 the test, and I will short down to 66.35.
Okay.
Would like to get this one, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, Lumi, I'm going to need you to hold my hand today because I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this short.
It's okay. It's Friday.
As long as we're below prior day low, we can go to new lows. That's how I see it.
Yeah. I mean, we keep making them, and all the buying that's popping off, like it keeps getting stuffed. The stats are working against me here a little bit. We've already run the overnight high for both indices. It's improbable to run both of them. I don't love that. But we ran the overnight high and then broke the IB low. So maybe I should run that stat against that. I don't know. Did we get to I guess like 45 is my next. That's my extreme expectation. Yeah. Did they put in a nice low though? I don't know. It's a weird market.
I know this week was kind of hard for me. I was jumping between oil, gold, indices, and I was trying to figure the bars like all week. It was like hard.
Yep.
But doing good overall, but still.
It's definitely been a lot more work than normal.
Yeah.
I hate whenever the indices are correlated with CL like in any way. I always have a bad time. Historically, I'm super bummed that this is happening again.
I know. I kind of noticed. Maybe I'm wrong, but when oil goes up, indices go down. I know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like kind of
yeah,
inverse
that's true.
correlation.
No, when that happened, yeah. So this is, I mean, that was 2022 for sure, and it's happening again. It wasn't like that for the last couple of years. So
Was oil rallying 2022?
I think so.
I don't
Yes.
remember. I was just trading
Then it
NQ.
was retracement down and consolidation for 3 years. Yeah,
Mm.
I think so. It was move higher in 2022. Mm-hmm.
So you didn't even know
Yeah.
why. You were just clicking the sell button like a maniac in 2022. Just
What
like
else did you need
I
to do?
can't stop winning.
What else? An idiot like me just clicking sell, making tons of money, and the next guy's got like 65 reasons, but he's making the same money. Come on. You showed me
Well,
the chart. The order flow says we're going down. I was like, all right, bet.
I tell you what, man, I was not looking at order flow in 2022. I tell you that much. I was coming from the world of money printer goes burr, and we just go up every FOMC announcement because we just say no more rate cuts. So I was coming out of 2021, buy everything, into 2022, sell everything, and I didn't sell everything in 2022. So
Andres, no, I'm not in the trade.
Yeah, we're done. It's time for Lumi and Stowe. Do you get short, Lumi?
I'm
Or are
not
you
in
looking
short
for a
right now.
bounce?
I would like to see bounce towards 66.80, short to 66.35. It's my final TP for short.
all
I
right,
hope
like-
it's not going to drop like just straight down. Give us retracement.
look at this guy, 53.
Looks like it. NQ's going for new lows now
We got a
versus
50
the
guy.
overnight low.
And we had that 200 lot guy again today. Just eating on the, I think he was on the ask, and he was just getting filled. Price keep going through him. So whenever I see that, it's encouraging. I don't know. I'm trying to lock in. Now we got that.
All right. Quant alert, quant alert. I'm ready to go long for NQ 24425. What the hell is that? 425.
It's just
Swing
the four.
long,
Is this
weekly
the 420
open.
guy?
I don't know. My quant said 425 long. I mean, actually, oh, this is a kind of already played though. I should have had this zone marked here.
If 420 guy saves this, if he stick saves this, I'm gonna be pissed.
Oh, your enemies today?
Yeah, ironically, I'm short into the 420 guy. This never happens.
Hey, good luck. Well, you got
Nice.
Rakesh with you.
Is Rakesh in here? Is he long? Long from where?
Everywhere. Every price. Every model, every trim. He owns it.
going for that overnight low.
Yeah. Would like to see more than 397. Would like to see in Q360, 340. Area.
Give us another bounce to join.
Auction there. Definitely found a guy on both. Can you press him? Whoop. That's a lot.
It's a lot. There's a lot of interest down here.
Uh-huh.
ES is definitely building this thing out.
Yeah. Would like to see, since it already broke below my key level, I would like to see just straight down right now. Don't want to see deep retracement down. Probably it's not
Me
going to
too,
be here
man.
anymore.
Me too.
I think it's going to just drop to 66.25 soon, like next 5-10 minutes preferably.
Well, Lumi, I'm going to take my profit a quarter in front of that. Or
Okay.
if we leave this little node down here, I'm done. And I'll get back in with you at 80.
Adam. Adam said, if you short, you only short against Rakesh. He's the last standing buyer at all times. He resists even banks, hedge funds, BlackRock, Vanguard. You dare?
What time is it?
Let's get those likes up for Stowe short here. 30 likes for his short. Support the network. Subscribe.
So you short ES?
Yeah.
I just saw a comment that said, you're 30 points in, still take the money. I was like, 30 points? That's no way. I was like, oh, it's ES.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So
Thank you.
what's that? A no trail. I'm looking at oh, golly, 30 points into ES. And it's not good enough for old Stowe.
It's not about that. So I'm managing the runner based on a new stupid system that I've created. I'm forward testing it right now. And it worked yesterday. So we're going to see if it works today.
So are you going to tell us, or is that still proprietary? Pending?
Nah, it's a secret. I don't want to tell anybody.
Patent pending. Got it.
Patent pending. It's not about it being a secret. It's just like, I don't know.
You don't want to give out bad edge?
I don't want to give out bad edge, number one. And number two, I think that it only works for me. So I'm not trying to get somebody else going down a rabbit hole. So
what is it? The stupid system's not for everyone.
No, it's not.
Stowe's stupid system.
We don't all have the same brand of TISM, and if I send this to somebody else's brand, then maybe they'll get confused, and I don't want that personal responsibility.
A lot of variance in that.
Snap this guy. There you go.
Hey, he's in the chat. Stowe, can you be gracious?
Oh, what is that?
Must be
And you took overnight low.
Oh, you
and then
TP'd
you
somewhere?
took for the action.
I did.
You closed it.
I closed right at 50. I just hit flatten, and
50
So what
points?
changed versus
Oh,
your
50
system?
price.
Yep, 66.50. So my system is when I see the DOM wiggle that hard, I hit the F button and GTF out. And so that worked.
Wow, that's wild. It's this 2-minute candle is 20 points on the ES. That's
Yep.
wild.
Yeah, this is why it sucks to be short and look for lower.
Yeah,
So
NQ hit that London low and just
Yeah,
to
immediately
the
reversed.
tick. Yeah, it bounced right up there. Wow.
Wow.
Well, here's our bounce coming. Let's see if we can
I mean, they were about 100 points from the 9, yeah.
get some action here now.
Get that little wiggle.
Oh, I'm so glad that trade's over. Feels good.
How many points ES did you grab there? That's insane, man.
I got, let's see. It was that ad was from 80 to 50. So that was 30. I closed for 30 points in profit.
30.
It got
Feels like 150.
It got to 34, but I mean, 30 points ES is quite good.
30 to me feels like 150.
Yeah, that's a lot.
What a
It's
reaction.
it's enough time. I mean, I was in that trade from 11:15 till now. So my time in trade stat is about to go through the roof for sure.
Well, all I know is my quant is like a gazillionaire right now. Like you probably ran into him right there. And he's like, you know what? Enough is enough. I won't be made a fool on live stream.
I don't, yeah,
I'm
I mean,
buying this, with both hands. And you got your wiggle.
if we go back into, I mean, it pulled back here, but like what I was seeing on the plugin is kind of reflected right here in this 48 guy. I don't know if I zoom in. This little to and fro right here, and this is a really good exhaustive tail down here. So that's like not much interest. They hit, yeah, they were really building a ton of back and forth here. This was its own mini auction for a second, and some sort of real buying showed up here. So that's what made me second guess my short. And good thing that
on SPX we can go lower easily.
I don't think
move down, not done yet.
I mean, I don't think the bottom's in.
The EMAs are extremely sloped still.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not start buying this hoping for a trip back to the open, but I'm just trying to see when that short covering is coming and get out like a microsecond or two after it shows up, which worked. It was cool. And
The
Should go
Donskis.
lower still.
So this is very crucial for you guys to understand right now. Anyone that was Leo was on the other day, he was kind of mentioning it. The plugin, we're gonna call it the plugin. So if you guys see the chat, the Donskis is referencing the plugin. We cannot show it. We cannot speak about it.
it's delayed.
We
It's just
cannot
delayed.
anything about it for very scary reasons. So yes, it will happen when it happens, but until then, we cannot speak about it or show it. So
I will also quote.
It's not our choice.
I'll quote Leo as well and say, "We did not come this far to come this far." So
You talking about Leo Kardashian?
yeah. Well,
Salma said it's a Kim Kardashian quote. We
He
talking
did
about
say
Leo
that.
Kardashian.
it
But,
could be a Kim
yes.
Kardashian quote. There's no way for me to know. You could say anything's a Kim Kardashian quote, and I'll probably have to agree.
I cannot confirm or deny, Richie Rich. Maybe the Tetris people, the puzzle people. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah, I will not be surprised to see 20 points lower soon. Only yes.
How soon?
Feels kind of fake move up, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is what a bear market feels like. It feels like garbage. It comes back.
I mean, I'm serious. I still British.
What was that? 15? That was a 15 point just nuke, and then we're right back down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite gross when that happens. And this is, yeah, I feel like I have PTSD 100%. All the 2022 vibes are here.
Come on, 66.35. Don't be shy. We all know he wants to go there.
Why is that your target? Walk me through.
So it's 50% of daily week. See? When I don't know if you use this, guys, but when we have non-high time frame weeks like this, see this? I normally consider 50% as liquidity level. So I don't aim for like sell side. I'm aiming for 50%. So I just consider this as liquidity, sell side.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, we can sweep this and it can offer the action and continue going lower to 50, 65, 82. 100% possible. But for now, I'm conservative with my targets. When we have huge weeks, 50% acts as a good, I would say, support resistance levels probably. So yeah, looking for lower. It failed to take this level to like this night at 5 points by 5 points. Yeah, wild market makers. You can do better.
That's funny. That's cool. So you're taking measurements of the wicks themselves. That's cool. Okay. Interesting. Because I don't do any work with time candles whatsoever, and it's interesting to see how you do that. That's cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Also, 50% of daily week on ES lines up with 25% of old. Let me open high time frame to show you. Of old RTH gap on SPX. See this? We never traded into this gap yet. Which, like, I think it's not coincidence that 25% trade at 50% of daily week. That's why I truly believe, like, 2 strong confirmations, we should drop more. Normally, that's a great confirmation.
I'm not allowed to trade those gaps. Leo will yell at me because they're fake. Those aren't the real gaps. There was a different gap yesterday too that we were talking about too, or maybe it was farm. Farm had some other kind of gap. I was like, oh, there's a third kind. Personally, I think they're all valid.
Good. ES is low, looking a little sloppy here.
Yeah, they came down and made it gross. That's gonna be a target for later. That's what they're building right now.
Yeah.
Is this what you guys call a poor low?
Afraid so.
This one's pretty poor.
Very poor.
The other day we had like a poverty low.
Yes, we did.
That thing was.
It got poorer and poorer.
Third world low.
I mean, we got to 45-ish. That's kind of, yeah. This is all I expected. Anything beyond this is outlier day. Big time. Even 45 is an outlier day. Based on my proprietary system of Dom wiggles and vibes.
When you said that, I was like, that's why he didn't want to say it. It's ridiculous.
Yes, exactly. Well, I don't want
Can't say
people to
something
know
like that, and then people in chat are like, "Oh, write that down." Yeah.
If people end up figuring out how dumb all this stuff that I do that works actually is,
blow your cover.
I will be in deep trouble for sure. It's important. It's important that everybody thinks that I know what I'm doing all the time, and
that's your edge.
I never make mistakes.
That's the edge.
Very weak action. Yeah, I don't think
Lumi,
people
with
wanna
this time
hold-
change, we at least get London close now in our time slot, so it should be at least a little spicier.
You guys got like a Friday, like a little M period, like that London close now is your last 30 minutes, right?
Yep. They're gonna go
NQ
for
wants
it?
new lows here.
Yeah.
I want to see NQ to 360, 340. Still like, please, 50, 60 points lower.
For a bounce?
But I don't expect to get reversal today. Maybe like minor retracement, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't think people want to hold into the weekend, especially
I
how
mean,
close we are to
Honestly, I
200.
don't want to see ES at 65.82, but I'm asking for too much because 60 points lower, it's impossible to get on Friday.
Dude, that would be pretty cool if we did, though.
But yeah, it will not happen
Low is
probably. I
right
think so.
there.
Hey, they took out that poor low. Is it rich now?
No, they made
No.
a poorer one.
Yeah, it's
Oh, really?
it's getting worse. Yes.
Yeah, it's actually it's getting worse. The poor low is getting poorer and poorer.
It's much fatter now.
Just 10 points lower, please. Yes.
I mean, it might, the Qs, let me see the spot. The Qs are so close to the 200 to me that we might be moving towards that today.
Lumi, are you going to try to bid this if it gets to your short target? How do you approach that when you're looking
I
at
think we're
that
going to
stuff?
consolidate. I'm not going to long simply because I don't expect to get big reaction. It can offer reaction, but my daily target from the very beginning this morning was 66.35. Since we're approaching this level, I don't see reason like even look for another trade right after this level. I think it's going to be consolidation. Maybe we're going to slightly break below this level and consolidate. So day is over at this point, probably.
Okay.
I would
Yeah.
short a bounce. I mean, I probably will today.
Yeah,
I think
it
we're
makes
moving
sense,
towards the 200 MA and the QQQ.
Yeah, I
All
might
right, well,
take a second.
my day is done.
Oh, okay. Well, later, homies. Have a nice Friday.
Good luck, guys.
You too. Enjoy your
Bye,
sesh.
guys.
Lumi, you guys enjoy chat.
Hope
You
they
guys
at
have a
least
good
get overnight
weekend.
low.
We'll see you next week, all right? Everybody take care.
Bye.
Sounds
See you,
good. Peace.
chat.
All right.
Well, all right.
So,
I'm
do
happy
I?
with my oil short this night, like last night,
Yeah, show
because I
me.
made
Show
my
me.
money. Yeah, I actually posted this on Twitter. Let me show you my executions. One
Okay.
second. It wasn't bad. It was based on model. We got 30 minutes sweep, 3-minute OB. I entered short. I got like almost dollar move, I guess. I think so. Was slightly. Come on, can I take screenshot, please? Yeah. Here's a traded dog on oil last night. So here's 1-minute chart, but exactly the same idea was, let me zoom a little bit like this. Perfect. We got 3-minute OB, we got 1-minute OB, nice market structure shift. I shorted reaction from fair value gap here. My stop loss was slightly above 50% of order block on 1-minute chart. I was aiming for this body low here, but ideally want to see more. But it was my daily target. I have daily PNL target. On my funded accounts is $500.
Right.
And the
Right.
valuations, like I don't really have target. Like I'm up on my vals around like 1,000, I guess. It doesn't really matter. But on funded $500, I might and just close the trade immediately. So yeah, that was my trade I took last night.
That looks good. Do you find oil enjoys its round numbers a lot? Do you ever do that? Do you ever look?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I noticed this, but I also, it's interesting because I noticed how oil offers deep retracements, couple of ticks away from liquidity levels, like lows, highs. It always happens, like solid reaction, solid rejection, and then goes back to liquidity.
Interesting.
So yeah, don't like it, to be honest.
Yes, I mean, I don't touch that thing. It hates me. So I'm good. I'm set. I don't open an oil chart anymore. It doesn't matter what's happening. I've made that
I used
mistake
to trade
4 times.
oil a lot. I used to trade oil a lot, but I stopped trading, I guess, 2 years ago because it was just ugly consolidation.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to get like even 30 cents. And I stopped doing this. It's like not worth it, you know?
Yep. Hey, Head Fund 675. What's up, homie? What's up, chat? How you guys living?
Any plans for weekend, guys?
We got the St. Patrick's Day parade. That's our big plan. What you got?
I'm going to have hockey tomorrow as well as today. And come on. Hate it, but yeah. Yeah, they
It's a
changed
lot of hockey,
schedule.
man.
Yeah, they changed schedule. It used to be Tuesday and Saturday. Right now it's Tuesday, Friday, Saturday.
Holy
I
Moses.
just hate this ice rink place. because I need to sit for hours there, and I cannot go outside because I need to watch my kids. Maybe
Yep.
something happens.
Yep.
I always need to watch this. I hate it so much. It's also horrible internet there. It doesn't work. And you're like, oh, please, please. I cannot sit here anymore.
Oh, that's funny. It got cold here again. So the kid, we had like 170-degree day. It was really nice. And then we're back to the 40s and 30s again. So, but we're going to do St. Patrick's Day parade and then go swimming at the Y. I think that's our plan.
Yeah. Come on, it's kind of choppy right now, but it's okay. It's Friday, so I once again feel tired from this price action this week. It was hard.
Dude. Yeah. I am cooked.
Yeah.
I am definitely cooked again. Here we are again on a Friday, and I'm like, wow, I cannot. I cannot.
Feel the same way.
Trade to sale. Stowe, can you explain your candle repainting? What do you mean? I'm happy to explain any candles on my chart there, but you just gotta tell me what you're looking for an explanation of.
So maybe
Oh,
retracement to 66.
yeah, this is an order flow labs indicator. It's called Delta Map, and what Delta Map does, it's also responsible for these stars. So what it's measuring inside of each volume candle is it's measuring delta ratios, and so the bright orange or this is supposed to be like hot red. I don't know how else to explain it. This is heavy sell dominance. And then if you see the candles that are very, very light blue, this is heavy bid dominance here. So it'll just show you changes in context. So and you can't, just like any order flow indicator, you can't just look at it all the time because it'll give you, it's going to give you a signal no matter where price is. But if this was a location we were trying to buy down here, this would show you that price went from, this is a bunch of indicators in a row. Price went from heavy sell dominance, and then this is an absorption indicator right here. And then this is a delta flip indicator, meaning that it went from one side of dominance to the other side of dominance, followed with a white hot candle. So this is a bunch of selling, exhaustion, followed by a bunch of buying. Now, there's no reason for me to take this trade because I'm not buying the bottom of this trend down day because it's just like a recipe for making your Friday horrible. I promise. But that's what this shows. And so you use that at, points of interest. And it's actually one reason that, so here's a sequence here from earlier. So I was buying this. I was short into it. I got short here, 66.85, sold, flipped long here, just because this is just an area that I was watching for many reasons. Bought this. We got the squeeze out of it. That was great. I bought it again. I don't have any thing firing off here. These candles switched to neutral, and then they started to switch to sell dominance here. So I got stopped out. I took a stop out here and then flipped short right when this candle was flipping to its red hot. And so I was looking for this level to break and no longer be support. And so that for that reason, this is where I initiated my first short from. And then I was building onto that for the rest of the day. Here, this ad sucks. So this is not one for the fridge, but this ad was good. Scaled, and then I took my final one down here somewhere. So, but yeah. Composite trader, don't bring up Rebecca Black like that. We don't need to hear that song. We don't. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Order Flow Labs has if you trade Order Flow Labs has a ton of indicators that are really good for visualizing stuff. If you're a visual person like me, they're extremely helpful for me.
Yeah, 4-hour chart looks bearish to me. I would like to see much lower. Maybe next week, beginning of next week. Interesting what can happen tomorrow or Sunday, because you never know what Trump is going to say, right?
Yeah.
But I believe we can go lower. They left major sell side at 65.82. We will come back. How many points away? Like 80. Maybe not today, once again. I truly believe we go lower. Nice structure for continuation. Lower happened this morning.
Yeah, this is gross looking at the high time frame. Yeah.
It's not bad. I would say maybe money retracement happens today, like around 66.80. I don't expect to get 66.80, but once again, possible. Everything possible. But if it's going to retrace here, I'm looking for probably Sunday continuation lower. Still cannot be bullish. Nothing tells me to be bullish now.
Same. Oh, it makes me so sad. So much easier for me. I really have to lock in. If I'm gonna be short, I really have to lock in. It's much less forgiving. Hedge funds. So, how do you determine or analyze the intraday trend move, i.e., while taking a position if market's going to reverse or keep trending? I have a very hard time during trending markets. Well, you never know, number one, what's going to happen. So keep that in mind. There's no way to know if it's going to keep trending or if it's going to, go from trending to balance. And it also all depends on what your rotation horizon is for that. This is a high time frame chart. And the way that this is all on my YouTube thing. You can watch it. It's in the VWAP stuff. But the way that I determine trend is anything inside of the bands, which is the 1 to 2 standard deviations, that's trending price. Anything inside of the bands or inside of the 1 to inside of the +1 to the -1, that's balanced. So in here, the gray cloud is weekly, the purple is monthly. Right now, we came back and we rejected the -1 and we're continuing lower, and we are in the lower monthly band. So right now, both time frames, weekly and monthly, are aligned to the downside here. So I take that. That's part of my morning prep. And then I just go over here to my daily band. And this is RTH. And when you look at this whole thing, it's a bunch of consolidate. I mean, this is nasty. This is gross, frankly. This opening, not quite an opening drive, but a pretty nasty move up there. This looks like a trend up day. And then once these bands flatten out here, and then you see the bands start to go south, it becomes this angled down. As long as this thing is pointing down like this is intraday downtrend. And I'd even consider, as long as it is below the VWAPs and everybody is still pointing to the downside, this is intraday trend downward. So right now we're aligned on all time frames to the downside.
Agree. Also, I was trying to figure out the bias with gold, like all week. I took some trades on gold. One was win, one was break even, another one was loss. Like seriously hard to figure out. We see inside previous weekly range on gold. Maybe we are going to take previous weekly low, which probably makes sense right now. But lots of people keep asking, like, Dasha, why don't trade gold? Because I have no idea where we're going. simple.
Yep.
It was daily chart like since last week, beginning of March. See this?
Oh,
I'm
yuck.
keeping my eyes. I have no idea where we're going.
Yeah, yeah. It's just inside that whole. Wow. Okay. That would be tricky.
So yeah, when I enter the trade, I need to know at least direction on the high time frame, bullish, bearish. And I'm like, well, I'm just trying to trade and I have no idea where market is going. Like, it's not for me.
Yeah. And it's all. Wow. That was a good rejection. This is real. When it's doing this, when it's grabbing this to the tick and coming down, I bet. Let's see what NQ did. Yeah, I mean, especially when NQ and ES are both doing the same thing. Wow, that's disgusting. Whatever just happened. You can see these bands both pointing to the downside. This is NQ. They both came up and tested the -1. There is some buying that obviously was not enough to get through. And then you can also, you start to line it up with, other stuff that you use. You can't just trade the bands. It's just a little clue, just like all these things. But you stack a bunch of clues together, and that gives you, like, I don't know, a moderately informed opinion. It's all just educated guessing, pretty much, but this is how you build a system around it. I don't know, but this is the thing, though. Like, I can't initiate this. It is the -1. It is a -1 rejection, but this is a big node. I'm not interested in playing around here. I would much rather go up and test some of this stuff, test this LVN. I try to engage in low volume nodes, not in high volume nodes with volume profile. So. Yeah, I guess, Adam. I guess it's higher probability. I don't know. Is it though? I try not to dwell on stuff that makes me feel like I know what I'm doing, because I don't want to get into confidence ego world. I'm a simple just tiny barnacle on the whales of the market. Dante, I can't enter at a volume point of control. I can't do it, dude. I mean, I just can't. It's the busiest place. So the way that I look at markets and the way that I look at volume profile in general is like, these are, I mean, let's look at the whole day. So here's our volume profile, right? Each one of these little guys, these are auctions. All of them. All these guys are auctions. Lots of people interested at the higher volume nodes, HVNs. Less people interested at the low volume nodes, or LVNs. Yes, we're doing a vocabulary thing too. I don't want to enter where everyone thinks the price is the most fair. I just don't, because that seems like the busiest place. I want to be in the place that isn't busy, where price is trying to make a decision, because I don't have the ability to set a stop loss like all the way up here if I enter here. I want to try to get my stop loss into a nice place so I can, take a few points and get out. So if I was to enter a short continuation here, I like this node we're building down here. We have left all these other nodes behind. And so I would like to see price come back here into the 70s. And then I would like to see a seller show back up and say, this price is too expensive, and I want to send it back down here to where price is more fair. And I'll take profit here at a high volume node. That's what I do there. And then if I'm looking for trend continuation, I'll try to get to the other side of that high volume node and then see if we can get lower or if we're done. I bet people do both. I don't know. Lumi, you don't look at volume profile at all, huh?
I mean, I do sometimes on SPX, but I don't normally use this for my executions or targets.
Okay. How do I change? Scalpulera says, how do you change the buttons on NinjaTrader or ChartTrader? I don't know. That's probably a Google question. That seems like
Let me
something that is certainly in the NinjaTrader documentation somewhere, though. I'm sure you can find that. Do you mean hotkeys or like these actual buttons over here?
I think he doesn't like buy market, sell market option.
Okay. You probably just right click and go to properties and it's in here
Yeah,
somewhere.
that's what I'm trying to do. I cannot see options as well.
I don't know. Not sure.
I never changed this. What do you want to get there? Like, which option you want to get? What do you like? Why do you don't like? Because I don't think it's like it's not distracting me somehow or something like this.
I honestly don't look at those things at all. I just use the hotkeys. I just do 3 things and that's it.
I need to set hotkeys as well because I use ChartTrader.
Yeah, for sure, Dante. Yeah. If you that's the awesome thing. Volume profiles are just an indicator. They show you volume as a histogram, like the end. Just like any indicator, it's just going to indicate what you're asking to see, whether that's math, whether that's market participants, whether that's market generated information like overnight high, overnight low. It's just going to show you the thing. It doesn't really have anything to do with like how are you going to trade that thing? That's your problem. Pretty much. So yeah, you can just as easily build. You could take my system, as dumb as it is, and put it into a box, and then you could have a system that is the complete opposite of everything that I do, and I bet that thing also makes money in the right trader's hands. See, this is why, Lumi, this is why I don't like when oil's correlated with the indices, because everybody starts to look at them as a pair. And
Yeah, I don't use it.
when they decouple, it's going to be a mess. So just like if you're seeing equal opposite reactions, just know that that will end and be ready for when it decouples. Like don't get married to this oil up, stocks down narrative because there are lots of other things in play. And yeah, it's just like I just don't recommend anybody get married to any of that stuff. I also don't like to trade oil because it's so susceptible to geopolitical stuff. I mean, they call the people that vote on it an actual cartel. So like it's over my head.
Yeah. Also, I don't understand when people trade indices and use DXY as confirmation. I'm like, how?
Same.
Like, it's just strange to me.
Yep. Nope. I don't have a clue. I don't have the clue how to trade any Forex anything. Nope. Don't look at them. Not a clue.
I mean, I'm okay to trade it separately, but when people saying like, okay, DXY going down, like indices will go up, like why?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't have a clue. Lido says Stowe XYZ mentioned he traded 3 micros when trading prop. I see Leo entered 3 or 6 micros. Is that the best way to trade a 50K account? I mean, that's up to you, bud. Honestly, it's however much risk you want to put on based on your strategy and win rate and all those factors. So it's just that's all trader dependent, man. There's no formula that's going to help figure that out for you. Unfortunately, you probably have to mess around a little bit and learn for yourself. Um, it's also going to be personality wise, like it's going to be dependent on what size makes you uncomfortable, and then don't trade that big for sure. Stuff like that. Is there really a hog cartel, Dante? That's funny if there is.
But you know what I noticed? When indices are inside consolidation, gold like moves good. But when gold inside consolidation, indices move so well. So this is how I trade sometimes gold. When I see, okay, it's consolidation indices, I will switch on gold. And
Okay.
most of the time it's going to be like nice price action.
Oh, here's a question.
So,
All right, Lumi, I'm going to ask you this question.
okay.
What is your opinion on
Mhm.
automating your strategies for trading? Do you think trading needs to be done looking at charts, analyzing the crap out of it, drawing lines and zones? What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's possible, to be honest, because I know like intuition helps me a lot in trading. And even when I see, okay, here's like textbook setup, I need to trade this according to my checklist, but intuition trying to tell me like, Dasha, no, just stay away. It's not going to work. So at this point, I would say it's impossible to automate this. Unfortunately, yeah, you can write indicators that will help you, but honestly, it's impossible to explain indicator, what is bias in your opinion, because we all have different biases. For example, it can be bullish, it can be bearish. At this point,
Yep.
my idea can play out, your idea will not play out, right? So I would say, in my opinion, it's impossible. Just
Yep.
this is how I see this. I was trying to write indicators. Yes, it's definitely helpful, but it will not do your work, unfortunately.
I don't think, yeah, same. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to automate a strategy and just have it sit and run. I don't think there's a strategy that exists that you can even do that with that's going to be profitable in
Yeah,
the long term. Like,
yeah.
especially for what I'm up to. Yeah, there's no way, man. You need the intuition. You need the
Hmm.
you've been staring at the screen for 5 years for a reason. you know? So yeah, I think if anybody, I think that that's very much like Holy Grail ish, like looking for that perfect thing that is just going to be something that can be automated. Even if you did, not to say that there aren't traders that automate their stuff and have it execute automatically. They're If you're successful at that, you're definitely in the back end constantly monitoring it and adjusting it because the market changes all the time. Like 2019 was different than 2020, was different than 2021, was different than 2022. Like you can't take one strategy and just copy paste that thing and say, okay, go make money into the internet and have it work because it's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's not to say that institutions don't use algorithms. I'm sure that they do. I'm sure that everybody, banks use all kinds of stuff to execute their trades for them. Um, there's also strategies that exist that you can capture, sides of the spread. There's lots of algorithmic trading that is just, capturing spreads, doing other stuff like that. That's not what we can do as retail traders. Like, I don't have several $1 million to just sit in a pile so a bunch of robots can high frequency trade the hell out of it. It's just not something that's possible for me. Rakesh. Yes, trading is a full time job for sure.
This consolidation, it's killing me.
Yep. We're just gonna chill down here until we close.
Yeah.
Is there anybody in the chat that has an automated strategy that works? Is there one human in here that has one? I'm watching. Adam has one. Okay, that's one. Okay, what is it then? Tell me.
You know, like I used to post a lot this on Twitter, but I'm going to post this here as well. Since
Okay.
it's boring, guys. Type 1 in the chat if it's you. Type 2 in the chat if it's not you. That's me. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, it's not usually Friday. Mine's Thursday. Can I switch? Can I switch the sign? I don't know why Thursdays have my number. They come, but they come for me consistently.
I don't know why, but like most my losses, big losses, happens on Friday. I cannot even explain why. Just because.
Okay, hedge funds worst days are Mondays. Okay.
Yeah.
See, there you go, Omar. See, Omar says I have a code to buy and sell, but I execute manually. Fine. Yes, I agree. That's totally possible. I don't think that's not possible. I think that's what we all do. Hey, man, dude, what's up? Good to see you, bud.
My worst day is also Friday. Somehow I'm up 1,000. I'm up 1,000 as well, somehow. Some accounts 500. I didn't take like any losses today. I'm green, fortunately. But yesterday was hard day. I was trying to trade in Q. I'm not trading in Q like a lot, but I was trading in Q, took a loss. Day before I took a loss from gold. Hard week. Hard week. On gold, my idea probably is going to be break above this level, closure on 3-minute chart. We don't have fair value gap unfortunately yet, but mine I did trace them back down and move towards this liquidity. Maybe if it's going to close above a sequence of done close candles, I probably will like it.
Heats, what kind of indicator do I use on the far right? It looks like a mountain. This is just a volume profile. That's all this is. If you're talking about the gray one, that's just a volume profile. It's just a way to see everything that's transacted volume wise as a histogram. AK, I don't think that's true. I don't know. The last couple winners of those contests, those were people executing those trades. They don't run algos in that thing. I believe the winners, yeah, they weren't algorithmically trading. That's just probably something that feels like well, in order for them to get that high of a P&L, they must be doing something that I'm not doing. Like, I don't think so, man. I think they just traded. Jose, you know what this is. You know what this low is. Quit asking me. I try to read everybody's username when I answer a question, but sometimes I read it and then it's too funny and I can't get to the answer quick enough. Lumi, do you read everybody's username? Yo Mama for President asks, Stowe, what time period does your volume profile represent? It's just the RTH session. Thank you for asking. No, it's not special heats. It's just the volume. When's my new video coming out on my course? I yeah. So I'm gonna make a order flow basics video. Um I was gonna do the next episode of my course thing was gonna be about Delta and the DOM and how I use those things. But honestly, like I can't do any better than what XY did in explaining anything. So I haven't made that video because there's kind of no need for me to make it. You should just go watch XY's DOM and order flow stuff. But I will make one because we had some requests for like some basic entry level. What does order flow mean? And I'm probably the most basic of us all. So I will tackle that for everybody. They're not going to give us this 80 entry, are they, Lumi?
Yeah, I'm just like looking, kind of don't want to engage in gold because already green. Maybe just will like forward as is. Because I don't mind to see formation of 3-minute fair value gap move towards 50-70 on gold.
Yeah.
But it's quite choppy, so maybe it's not worth it, but I don't mind.
Time is it? All right, Euro closed. Nothing really happened. Just still, I mean, we've got this like, look at this extremely insane consolidation on both 4470 to 400 pretty much. So we got 60 points playing in down here. Left all this volume. Sketchy. Sketchy, sketchy. No, I don't. I don't have center price on scale. I have them. I have them just so I can drag them around however I want to. Just depending on what I'm trying to show, what I'm trying to look at. Sometimes sometimes I'm executing and my chart looks like this if I'm really trying to get in to a thing. But at the moment, what I'm trying to do is be zoomed out. So I'm trying to remember for myself that there is a bunch of other stuff that happened today. And if I keep that price action on my screen, it is more helpful for me when I'm trying to be developing new contexts down here, if that makes any sense. Yeah, sometimes Lido, yeah. When I open, I also find it helpful. Like I'll keep a lot of Globex open too, um, for the first few minutes, just so I have this in my brain. Because I can get too excited. It's a weakness. Lumi, is there ever a time
Mhm. Yeah.
when you'll just sit and scalp a range at all? Or are you always just like you're either getting to a target and you're done or you're getting stopped out and you're done?
So I try to avoid to scalp because I'm not good on this. I prefer to like trade entire move.
Okay.
And I have like daily loss limit target. It's my personal daily loss limit, not that I have on my funded accounts, for example. So if I'm down like $450, like I was trying 2 times, let's say I'm down $450 on my 50K account. So I'm done for the day. I'm just right now we have manual lockout option on TradeAway, which is cool.
Oh, yeah.
So I just yeah, it's perfect option for me as well. Like lots of people complain about like you cannot like stop yourself. Why you need the button? Like guys, you need. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So yeah, I prefer to just stay away, close my charts. Maybe I will trade like some evaluation accounts if I see something, but I will not will not take a single trade on my funded anymore. So it just it helps me to keep my accounts alive when I have like a personal daily loss limit,
Yeah.
which is by the way kind of like small on my fund accounts, and I just walk away. I can like if I see something I can trade or an evaluation accounts, but I will not try to recover this loss. It's fine. This happens. You
Yep.
need to accept this.
Yes. Yes, you do. Yeah, when you can't accept the loss, that quickly leads to you have a hard time accepting being wrong, and that quickly leads to being really bad at
Yeah.
trading very fast.
Yeah.
And you can ask me how I know that.
Everyone know that.
My delta profile is anchored to on ES. It's anchored to every 10-point rotation, and then on NQ it's every 60 points. So it'll reset every new 10-point leg. It'll reset. Everybody hates this price action. It's fine. It's fine. This is what I mean. This is what happens. This is a Friday afternoon.
I see some people trying to trade ES right now, guys. Are you okay?
Yeah. Are you okay? If I'm not in a trade, none of you should be in a
Need
trade.
help? Type 6 in the chat.
I mean, this is why I don't like. This is what I was saying earlier about the point of control being just the busiest place. I mean, we have when you got red team, blue team stacking up like this. Blue team on the top. This is a bunch of people tried to buy their way out of this. It got rejected, and then you have a bunch of people down here, specifically here, trying to sell their way at lower, and that keeps getting rejected. So for the time being, this is price is too cheap down here. Price is too expensive up here. And I mean, you could scalp it if you want to, but this is especially after capturing the move that I got this morning, this is not worth my mental capital to grind around in. Exploring CME. Some order flow labs indicators do cost money, but they do have a ton of free indicators as well that are all very good. Like the single prints one, this thing that made this red box for me here, that's free. There's an anchored VWAP that's very good. That's free. They're going to come out with a free delta volume profile as well, so that will be good soon. So there are lots of absolutely free things. Some paid things. Shap cap. Yeah, thank you. I try to be becoming a better version of myself every day, if humanly possible. 401k historical selling. How America Saves 2026 report highlights the newest rate ever recorded among its 5 million participants driven by financial stress like evictions, foreclosures, and medical bills. Yeah, I believe it, man. It's kind of tough. It's tough out there. Stuff is expensive. It sucks. Yeah, normal humans are having a very difficult time. I do some food bank stuff, and that stuff is all at record participation as well. So yeah, it's hard. It's heartbreaking. But I'm glad that things like food banks exist and are very well funded, and especially in my area, and well volunteered at. We have a lot of really good ones. So. Yep. Shape recovery. I'm with you, man. It ain't fair. But to be fair, that's kind of how that's how stuff has existed for a long time. It's kind of it's the downside to capitalism is the idea that you can have a K-shaped economy, you know. Chat's getting political, Lumi. Can you bail me out? I'm not trying to get a text on Friday for getting too political in the chat. If you get me up to 750 likes, I'll drop all my hot political takes. How about that, chat? You fire it up. I think that Trade to Sell says Trump suspending the Jones Act. I don't understand how that helps any thesis. Tracy said something about this, and I would say please default to her for any of these questions because I don't know. Lumi, I don't know if you know anything about the economy, but I certainly do not.
Nope.
Cool. So we're tied. In general, I think when people do things politically, it's usually based around optics. So I would say that it sounds good to suspend the Jones Act in the same way that it sounds good to release so many barrels from our strategic reserve. But the actual impact of those things doesn't necessarily translate into anything meaningful, but it sounds good. So much of that stuff is just optics. So it's like the optics of, well, we only get 3 or 4% of our oil it comes from the Gulf. Sure, but oil makes everything that exists, and all of the countries that we buy things from that make things with oil get a lot of their oil from the Gulf. So even though we don't get crude from the Gulf, maybe we do get products that are created by oil from the Gulf. So but that sounds more complicated. That's harder to swallow.
Anyway, let's see. By the way, back to price action. I think ES will drop more today. Not sure what time it's going to happen. I guess like by power hour. 66.25 needs to be taken.
I hope
Probably if
so.
it's going to be low today. Yeah. I'm okay with the retracement, but I would like to see it still slightly lower.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it didn't retrace. It didn't retrace enough for me to get in another short, and yeah, it's just building out this volume node. Maybe I'll check it out at 2:30. I don't know though. I gotta shut this down, dude. I'm tired again. It's Friday. There's probably a ton of Friday afternoon moves that happen that I don't have any participation in because I am so done. Lido asks, do I use a session profile like 1 hour or 30 minutes for both ES and NQ? No, I don't. I don't use small volume profiles within the main profile. I know Leo uses a leg to leg profile for volume as well as delta. I don't do that. It's a little too much for my brain, honestly. But some people do. And what do you mean? Do I have tick replay on that chart? I'm not just not sure how much. Yeah, I did good. Thank you, Bangleston. I did good. Yes, I had a good trade today. Took me a while to get into it. I mean, I was long, then short, then long, then short again. So yeah, it was an emotional journey. Oh, I get you, Lido. No, no, no. I don't stack up I don't stack up profiles like that. The only thing I look at for high time frame is just a rolling 6 day. That's the highest time frame that I go with the volume profile. That's it. Anything 7 days old or older, it's dead to me. Hmm. Is that true, Bid Ask? Farmers can't get fertilizer right now? Interesting. Yeah, there's lots of weird supply chain stuff that happens that make me think about market things. Um, I have a lot of friends in the brewing industry, and one thing that happened last time crude spiked is there's a lot of aluminum production that involves using like any whenever there's an energy crisis, aluminum production gets extremely tight too, and that always gets into the weeds for my folks that use just any canning products at all. So there's lots of weird correlations like that. Sometimes in a different life, I think maybe I could have been a different kind of trader that looked at things like that and was like, oh, maybe I should buy aluminum because crude is going up. But what you doing, Lumi? You building this? You building this short right now?
No, no, I'm not going short. I'm done. I'm done for the day. No, no.
All right, fair enough.
My base hit actually hit, so
Yep,
enough for today. I'm
that's
happy
good.
with what I have.
That's good.
Especially this consolidation. No, thank you.
Oh yeah, this is a good time to plug the meetups. Lumi, you're going to be in Miami for sure.
Yes,
Sick.
100% sure. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so sign up for a chance to get an exclusive invite when we host a trader meetup near you. There's a link in the chat. I think you can also tell us like where you're located as well, so we can get a better feel for where everybody's at and build our meetups around that, so everybody can come hang. I did the first one in Chicago, and it was awesome. I had a really good time meeting a lot of you, and I still talk to all of you that I met there. Drunk Radish is local to me, so we keep in touch. And then Cooper, I met Cooper. There's another dude. Remember his Twitter avatar is like a Simpsons thing. That's what Financial Panther, I think, was his name. Jim's here.
Yo.
I don't have to do we don't get virtual gym goodbye. You're actually here for Friday.
No virtual gym
Yay.
today, baby.
All right. All right.
Oh my God. Yeah, great job today, you guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jim. It was a little. It's a little slow. It was a little slow
Yeah,
once we got,
Just a little bit, yeah.
but
that's funny.
we got some points.
So I get to meet Lumi. I'm so excited about meeting
Yeah,
Lumi.
me too.
It's gonna be
Yep,
fantastic. There's some
finally.
new faces, I think, for me. I mean, when we all met before in Naples, I met Stowe, Kane, and company. It's kind of like the first generation of the NinjaTrader Live folks. Now we've kind of grown that with some new, Jack Gleason. We got Joey. We have Lumi. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be so cool. I can't wait.
Yeah. So
Yeah, me
my
too.
yeah. So Stowe already pointed it out, but there is a link in the chat if you're in the chat, where you could go ahead and kind of like express an interest in attending one of these. And there's going to be more than just the three that we've already posted, right? We've got Miami, we have Chicago, and have New York. Those are set in stone. There's a few other cities that are also being developed. But most importantly, if we see a cluster of folks that are putting their name in the hat in a city, then that hits the radar screen. Boom, we have our events people just jump on that and get us to you guys. So we want to meet you. We want to, I don't know about you guys, Lumi and Stowe, but I love talking to traders outside of the screen.
Yep,
Yeah,
sure
me
do.
too.
It is
And Jim's
so.
right. We will go to Fargo, North Dakota. So smash that button, everybody from Fargo. We will drag our tour bus up there. It's gonna be
Oh,
awesome.
well, all right. Well, hang on a second. We got to talk about that. No, I've been to Fargo, Stowe, in the winter. No, it wasn't in the winter. It was in the summer. Fargo is up there.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. Worse than that was I've been to Rochester, Minnesota in the winter.
Ooh, yeah. Those people are dead serious up there. It's yeah.
All the buildings were connected by underground tunnels. That's how cold it gets. There's no walking outside.
Lumi, are you down for Fargo? If we get a meet up there, you gonna fly in?
Um,
Lumi
I
can't
don't
leave
know.
Florida. She refuses to leave Florida. She loves it there too much.
What part of Florida are you in, Lumi?
We're going to move to Boca in June,
Say
but
it
right
again.
now we're going to move to Boca
Oh,
Raton in June.
nice.
But
Very
right
good.
now I'm next to Orlando.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
but we're going to move soon. Yeah.
All right, closer to the beach. I like that.
Yep.
We got requests in here. Morris Capital Partners says Santa Monica, California. Click on that link
Ooh,
and write
yeah.
that in there, Morris.
That would be good. That would be good.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for that for sure. The Ninja bus ride. No, that was something else too. That was the best, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes it was. Yep.
Oh, are we doing? Oh, that's right. I got to share my screen, guys. Sorry about that. I forgot all about that. I just got yelled at by Mission Control. Hang on a second. I thought it was already shared. My bad.
It's
Um,
Friday at 1 p.m. for Jim. Everybody knows what Kags is thinking right now.
I know. In the meantime, let's give these guys a round of applause. They've been like killing it today.
All right, there we go. Thank you.
All right. You guys have a great weekend. Greatly appreciate you
You
guys
too.
being
Thanks,
part of
brother.
NinjaTrader Live, being with us today. You're awesome as usual, and I look forward to talking to you next week.
Sounds good. See you, chat. See you, Lumi.
Bye, guys.
All right, all right. Just go over a couple key markets here before we call it a day. Trading day is not over. There's could be all sorts of stuff that still happens. The news cycle does not end. E-mini S&P right now, double bottom right now. We have buyers coming in, around the 66.40, 66.50 area, but it could break. So be careful there. I'm going to keep my eye on that VWAP. And we talked about this a couple different times this week. This VWAP here would be a really nice test here if we could kind of touch it. I would personally, if the conditions are right and we don't have a continuation candle above that on a 10-minute chart, I know I'm looking at a 30-minute chart, that might be a good short also. So We'll see. That VWAP is super, super important to me right now. Volume weighted average price. That's that white line going across the screen. Having said all that, remember, if you're going into the weekend and you usually don't hold positions over the weekend, it's a little bit risky this weekend given the potential for things to escalate, or even given the potential for things to de-escalate. So just be careful there on your positioning in the equity markets. And crude oil right now, it's almost like the opposite chart, right? We have almost a triple top here, right? We have sellers that are coming in right at previous session's highs. They keep, we tried it right away off the Globex bell, London initial balance. We tried to close above that previous session's high, and that's at 97.16. Couldn't do it. Right now, we're trying it again. Couldn't do it. Maybe third time's a charm. Maybe we will break through. But again, I have my eye on that volume weighted average price for later on this afternoon, and I want to see if we could kind of get back down there maybe to give me a long entry. I don't know. So, we have some nice places for stop losses and things like that if that happens. As an example, Jack's 3 is at $95. Right below that IB high is at 94.86. That's another place. So I like the VWAP touches, but remember, there's a place where you have to put your stop, and if you have a reasonable areas of interest, I call them, then that makes it even a better possible trade. Now, it might not work, it might, but the other thing about this Jack's 3 is look at the volume shelf there. There's a volume shelf right there at Jack's 3 at $95. You dip below it, there's that volume deficit. Not a lot of price happiness in that volume deficit. So keep that in mind also. So again, looking for that as maybe a little bit below that for a stop on the downside in crude oil. We'll see what happens over the weekend. It's going to be super, super volatile. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin while we have some time here left this morning. It's not this morning anymore. We dipped into the afternoon. I'm going to have a conversation with the powers that be, and I clicked on the wrong market. MBT. Let's hit that micro Bitcoin contract right now. So just going back to a daily chart, I just wanted to point out this has been remarkably resilient during the last 14 days of conflict in the Middle East. As a matter of fact, we broke out of that consolidation range that we had for a long period of time, and now we're trading above it. We're kind of establishing a new consolidation range, but look at that 8 EMA about to cross over that 21 EMA. Well, let's see if it crosses. I know we have a big seller's wick today, but we're still 72,120. That's not bad. So we'll see if we can get up to that next level. That's that 50 EMA, that purple line up there. That's a 76,260. But a crossover, the 8 crossing over the 21 could be construed as being bullish. And look at the RSI. It's sloping up okay. So, I know it's only 50-ish, something like that in the middle of the field, but still something to keep your eye on. Intraday, stuff's going to happen still. This market is not done for today at all. We did sell off below VWAP. We didn't go very far below it, though, right? We didn't kind of go all the way back down to Globex lows. But, we just right down to that 0 DTE call resistance level. That's at 71,500 right now. We're right at R2. And the next step up is the VWAP, pretty important. But we also have that one-day max and that call resistance level. Two areas of interest together is 73,000. So that's the range I'm looking for today for the rest of the day. Previous session's lows up to that one-day max and call resistance. One last thing I want to remind everybody before we hit the weekend. We do have, remember, Sunday night, special Sunday night show, the first of many to come with Kraken, crypto, 7 p.m. right after our regularly scheduled Sunday show with Craig Shapiro, which starts at 6 p.m. So it's going to be a couple of hours of really good content. If you're interested in crypto or in trading Bitcoin on any level, tokens, all that stuff, fair game. Come on to this event. It's going to happen every Sunday. It's not just this Sunday. Every Sunday, go in, ask questions, and meet the traders. These two guys are awesome. You guys are going to love them. All right. Well, let's wrap it. Let's call it a wrap, as they say in the biz. I appreciate everybody being here with us today. Thank you for hitting the subscribe button. You guys have been awesome all week long, and I'm just kind of tired here after this long week of trading. I'm not done yet. I'm going to be paying attention until the bell rings. But having said all that, remember the most important message, and it is the most important message because it's the weekend. And weekends get a little crazy. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.